です。
It's more than that. This is fate.
Ooh,
息を吐くと氷山が溶ける、水位が上がる、枯れちゃっている日が消える、沈む空気が消える、星が溶ける、見上げる、水面がぶれる、太陽がよろける、彼は逃げる、落ちる、掴んでも落ちる、先は凍る、時折浮かぶ暗部は弾ける、味気なく変わる光景を焼き付ける、取り巻く人並みに溺れる、人並みに溺れる、願いは切な What is money? I don't care money, what is yours? 描く地図になり約束の地、たやすな灯火、願いは切な What is money? I don't care money, what is yours? 描く地図になり約束の地、たやすな灯火。渦巻きまぶるマメラスサメラソビージェイコブラマンマイガボンドキン ZZMDC テスタライゾビーマナコリハ渦巻きまぶるマメラスサメラソビージェイコブラマンマイガボンドキン ZZMDC テスタライゾビーマナコリダンダンナブライスのスウェッチの声大きに焦がす気持ち炎の方法トンプベニバラフォニサクト歌かば弾くシャミはさまないするくしゃみ他をご覧なさいマイコ回覧板最高の宝刀明かりアンドにつけるファーストコンタクトバーカトンボの刺す方向今に錆びて朽ち果て昔
You are listening to the Black Hole Megamix. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. You are listening to the Black Hole Megamix. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. You are listening to the Black Hole Megamix. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace.
So this is it, a final farewell.
From the murky banks of terrestrial radio, a new hope begins to rise.
Opie and E-Rock. They are radio shock jocks known for setting up outrageous stunts. People sure are listening.
Two Long Island natives who together would one day change the world as broadcasting's greatest duo. After 20 years, these children of the 80s have arrived.
Their hugely popular radio show is not just in New York anymore.
Opie and Dennis Falco.
The hottest show on the radio.
Through 55-gallon drums and wiffle ball bats, from mayors to mayor.
It was an April Fool's hoax by two radio disc jockeys.
With bottle rockets and bra bombings. And wieners and pigs.
Opie
Sam Roberts?
got their hand.
Not a lot. In my research on the connection between the ancient and intelligent bipedal race of serpent beings called reptilians and human beings. These UFOs, underground bases, and occulted archaeology. I've also placed the emphasis in my research on the connection between the ancient and intelligent bipedal race of serpent beings called reptilians and human beings. These investigations have yielded numerous religious, cultural, and genetic links that provide extremely compelling evidence to the fact that we are genetic descendants of a highly technologically advanced race of alien reptilian beings living on our planet. Now, that ought to be tease enough for you, and I'll add a little something to that. I've received information from a number of guests that we are going to book in the future that also maintain that if not reptilian, certainly there has been a very advanced, and there is evidence of, a very advanced civilization that has lived here on Earth previously. And that's always interesting since we're here now, and I assume we'd prefer not being relics of some future civilization's examination. So we'll get all into that in a moment.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is indeed, in one moment, the human-reptilian connection. And I think most of us would like to hope there isn't one. And now, coming from not very far away, actually, Henderson, Nevada, here is John Rhodes. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Art.
Good to have you.
It's good to have you, too. And by the way, happy birthday. I got wind that it was your birthday on Saturday.
It was, indeed. Oh, it's a wonderful birthday, John.
Great.
Wonderful.
と氷山が溶ける水が上がる高ら立っている理科が沈む空気が消える星が溶ける投げる水面がぶれる太陽がよろけるやれば逃げる落ちる掴んでも落ちる指先は凍る時折浮かぶ暗部は弾ける弾けなく変わる光景をやっつけるとにかく人並みに溺れる人並みに溺れる願いは切な What is mine I love the money What is yours 手が傷になり約束の地たやすな灯火願いは切な What is mine I love the money What is yours 手が傷になり約束の地たやすな灯火渦巻きまぶるマメラサメラソビージェイコブラマンマイガボンドキン ZZMPC テスタライトビーマナ距離派渦巻きまぶるマメラサメラソビージェイコブラマンマイガボンドキン ZZMPC テスタライトビーマナ距離だんだんなブライトのスウェッシュの声大きに焦がす持ち物の方法トンプベニバラフォニサクト歌がば弾くシャミはさまないするくしゃみを歌うご覧なさいマイコ回覧板最高の報道明かりアンドにつけるファーストコンタクトバーカトンボの刺す方向今に錆びて朽ち果て昔
Allow me to demonstrate exactly what you're up against.
So this is it. A final farewell.
You are listening to the Black Hole Meadows. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. You are listening to the Black Hole Meadows. Music for hyperspace. For hyperspace. You are listening to the Black Hole Meadows. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace. Music for hyperspace.
So this is it, the final farewell. So this is it, the final farewell. So this is it, the final farewell.
Every bit as real as the air we breathe. More in a moment. John, question for you. An obvious question somebody would ask would be, well, if they're reptilian and they are from, in essence, below Earth, then what are the UFOs? In other words, what's the connection? Are they actually some previous race of humans, or are they from somewhere else occupying our inner ground?
Well, that's a good question. Let me explain this. First of all, I started noticing that I believe that they are a species that are off the original trunk or the tree of life, the first genetic creation that took part on this planet. And this may or may not be so, but this is, from what I've been able to gather, this is my perspective. And we are further genetic chains or genetic branches off that original trunk.
In a process, John, of evolution or creation or both, or do you not?
I think it's both. I think originally it was divine creation, and then shortly after that there was intervention of sorts. And when I started, what really clued me in on this is starting to look at the antiquity of the serpent and serpent worship around the world. There is no animal on Earth that has been revered so highly and taken both ends of the spectrum, whether it's negative or positive, in the influence of man and his religion, than that of the serpent or the snake.
True. That's true.
You can also include in that category dragons, lizards, and any of the reptilian species, but primarily the serpent, the snake, and or the dragon.
John, are there not some religions, it strikes me back in the Appalachian Mountains particularly, Christian religions, serious thumper religions, where they use a snake as a demonstration of how they can overcome, and I hesitate to use the word evil. I don't know if evil is right, but overcome something or another, and they use them in religion.
Yeah, they dance with the snakes and they tempt them almost to bite them.
That's right, as though you cannot harm me.
Right, and
yes.
through their own faith in God, they think that once they are bitten, that they'll survive. And in fact, when many people, when they're bitten, do in fact swell up, because of the venom.
Right.
But yes, the serpent actually exemplifies both the positive and negative religious implications. We look at, first of all, the Japanese and the Chinese revere the serpent or the snake and the dragon as being something very benevolent, while at the same time we're told through our own religion that the being who stood in the Garden of Eden, and remember, it was the only reference in the Holy Bible that we could even talk to animals, was that of a reptilian. And this reptilian was smart enough to start teaching us. And when you look at the connections between the Sumerian text talking about Enlil, or E, having been a divine being from an extraterrestrial being who was involved with the genetic manipulation of man, and supposedly he lived in a place called Snake Marsh, and he was the one that had taken a branch of the mammalian man and mixed it with some of the reptilian being. And the place where he lived, of course, was Snake Marsh, like I said, but you could think of a place where snakes live as a den. And then we come back to looking at the biblical explanation in Genesis, where they talk about the reptilian being in a place called Eden and giving man knowledge.
Eden. Yeah.
Right, Eden. And these types of little pieces of information are all over the place, and it's just a matter of being able to make the connection. I believe that one reason that it's really interesting to note that amongst many of the religious cultures of the world, it's a common rule or law, religious law, that they are not allowed to draw or make anything of that which is in heaven.
All right, John, we've got to pause here at the top of the hour.
Okay.
We'll be back. Relax for a few moments. Eden, that's quite a jump, huh? A little emphasis, but big meaning. We'll be right back.
Continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am, my guest John Rhodes, the human-reptilian connection, and it sounds kind of strange at first, but as you listen, it begins to sound a little less strange. This, of course, is a program where we examine different sorts of things you don't hear about elsewhere. In a moment, I've got one very good facts and a question for John. Now, you too could be sending me a fax if you would like. As a matter of fact, if you have a question for John Rhodes, my fax number is area code 702-727-8499. 702-727-8499, 24 hours a day. Now, if you don't have a fax machine, we can sell you one of those. There was a report on this last hour's news of an earthquake in the Sierra Nevadas, between Nevada and California, of about 4.5. And before we continue with what we were doing, John, I want to ask you, this is just the latest in what has seemed like a worldwide swarm of earthquakes. I mean, it seems, John, they've been getting more frequent. Earthquakes are underground affairs. I just thought I would ask whether you have any comment.
Well, yeah, I do have a comment, and that is that going back to the Hopi Indians, they believe that we are coming across or coming to the end of one of the great cycles, at which Earth naturally starts to go through evolutionary changes of its own, and these changes are not slow in process, they're extremely rapid. I pulled information off the Colorado Earthquake Center and did some graphs on it, and it shows that the lower magnitude earthquakes between 1982 and 1993, some of them, like I think it's from 2 to 3, 2 to 2.9, had increased over 8,000% in frequency. So when you start looking at something laid out in a graphics form as telling you how often these earthquakes are happening and how much more they're happening every year, it tends to make one sit back and worry a little bit.
But yes, that's what I've been doing, and I've been doing, John, talk radio a long time now, and it is to the point now where I'm reporting 1 or 2 earthquakes a day most times. So you say there's an 8,000%?
In some cases it is. The larger magnitude earthquakes have not increased in frequency. They're beginning to, but overall the lower magnitude earthquakes have over a 10-year period or 12-year period. This shows that it's building up for massive energy release because it's got to snap somewhere along the line. When we look at the fact that FEMA, as an organization, 10 out of $11, according to some of the reports in newspapers that were reported, said that FEMA spent 11 out of $12 preparing the United States for Armageddon. I think that, yes, there's a definite worry about nuclear weapons getting into third world countries' hands and terrorist hands, but there's also a very logical precaution that our government would have to take in order to ensure that's one of the reasons that they've been heavily involved with building very, very deep underground bunkers.
Well, here we are underground once again. It seems to me if there were an underground civilization of either creatures related or not related to us, if they had that kind of mobility underground, they might have the ability to manipulate in some way the tectonic pressures and releases and so forth and so on. Is that too speculative?
Well, no, I believe that could be utilizing some sort of Reichian or Tesla technology or even other technology that we couldn't even put a name to.
Mm-hmm.
But, from my own perspective, I think the Earth is somewhat of a living organism. And just as a human being goes in to get needles put into their head through acupuncture to relieve certain stresses and strains, I think that it's very possible to do that to the Earth. However, it's only a temporary remedy. The overall problem has to be cured, otherwise the remedy itself won't last.
All right, here's a fax. Dear Art, greetings from a fellow Gemini. Your guest is interesting about the reptilian-human connection. Whenever you have a guest about alien species or ancient history, I frequently recall the 5-part, 2-hour movie named V. The movie was on TV, back when I had a TV. It's about an aliens coming to Earth to help us with many of our problems. But as the story progressed, one investigative reporter had a suspicion that all was not as rosy as they put out for one aspect, even though they looked human. The investigative reporter found out that beneath the disguise, they were reptilian who ate mammals, including humans. Have you and or your guest seen the movie?
Yes, I have seen the series and the film. I've also seen very many other reptilian forms recently come into the media in order to make us either afraid or love them. In the case such as E.T., we were made to feel very good and secure about the alien that is what we could refer to as like a gray.
Yeah,
very small and not intimidating.
Or even cute. You know,
Right.
they managed to get E.T. cute.
Right, in one scene, as a matter of fact, in that movie, it was even cuddled up with all bears. The teddy bears.
That's right.
You know,
Cute,
so-
it loves children, dogs, that kind of thing. But somehow I get the feeling that a lot of... Well, for example, the report Linda did before you came on the air, did you hear that sound?
Yes, I did.
That would not come from something that I would describe as cute.
I kind of agree with that, but then at the same time is that, we all have our perspective. I mean, to perhaps another being, that was celestial music, and to us, it's not. So, when you look at the programs like V and such, take, for example, I believe that we have been seeing a lot of the Greys. The Greys, from what I've been able to learn through other researchers, such as what I consider the great researchers like Bill Hamilton and Bruce Walton and Tom Adams and Cherry Hinkle and Cal out in California, from what we've been able to gather as a group is the fact that these 4.5-foot tall Greys are an intermixture between genetically hybrid beings that are used to be intermediaries between the reptilians and the humans, because if the reptilians came out full form, as they could and as they will in the future, it would be much too frightening for us now. So they use something a little less intimidating, which are these Greys. with the media, when you looked at programs recently like Stargate.
Oh, I just saw Stargate. Gosh, what a movie.
Okay, now when you start looking at a program like Stargate and realize that here's this being that made its presence known on a planet and had its association with ancient history like the pyramids, and then said, I've come down here and I was part of that which created you, and you should pay homage to me. The last image we saw when this being was obliterated was that of a reptilian, a standing reptilian, and it comes very fast, but you have to look at it. And that made us, on a very almost subliminal level, think of a reptile as something to be afraid of.
Yes.
We've heard abductions where humans have been abducted through UFO experience, in which they have been forcibly raped by reptilians, large, 7-foot-tall beings with that are bipedal, bifocal, and have the regular scales and eyes that look like flame. And that statement itself can be taken back to a lot of ancient writings, and that are forcibly raped. And when I started thinking, wait, I don't understand this. If the reptilians are like that, but yet they're trying to make the Greys look good, why, if they're going to all come out someday, how could that be when we've had just the reports of the Greys being presented to us as something that's really not?
Okay, what do you think the Greys are? Are they biological entities? I've heard them described as that, and possibly machines.
Well, I believe that they're both. I believe that the original gene, or the genetic strain by which the Greys originated from, they are just like we are, natural beings, and some of them are good and some of them are bad. But then again, I believe that maybe due to the scarcity of them, or not having too many here, that certain parts of their genetic strains were taken and chained up and linked together with human chains and or other chains, and became what you consider biological robotoids, who perhaps don't have a soul. But then again, we look at some animals and think that can't have a soul. But I think the main question here is that we've been so conditioned as a human species to be able to take what's visually presented to us and make very quick judgments. And as there are good humans and bad humans, so must there be reptilians who are of certain physical characteristics, say like a reptilian, right,
Yeah.
that is good as well as bad. There have got to be Greys that are good as well as bad. That is one of the laws of nature.
All right. I also find quite a bit of religious underpinning as you discuss your philosophy of who you believe these beings are. Is that about right?
Well, you can't avoid it. I believe that if they've been here for as longer than we have, then obviously in some ways they have had the opportunity to manipulate our religious perspective.
So the argument then is, are they the creators, or is there a creator beyond? And the impression I get from you is you believe there is a creator beyond.
Oh, I definitely believe that.
Okay.
Just as the laboratory rat might turn to us and look over the edge of the cage and say, "Are you it?" Right?
Yes.
And anyway, to get around to the connection that we have between these beings, I started looking into a book called The Dragons of Eden, written by a very intelligent man called Carl Sagan. And in Carl Sagan's book, he theorizes on the evolution of human intelligence. And in that book, he refers to a gentleman by the name of Paul MacLean, who's a neuroanatomist. And Paul MacLean has said through his own research
high-quality industrial-grade glycine, coming from Donghua Jinlong. Over the years, it has been committed to the development and research of food additives and fine chemicals. They've got their own core tech with a whopping 31 patents under their belt and a whole lot of production experience. They even had a hand in drafting and setting the industrial standards for industrial-grade glycine. You can bet on quality, totally trustworthy. High-quality industrial-grade glycine, coming from Donghua Jinlong. Over the years, it has been committed to the development and research of food additives and fine chemicals. They've got their own core tech with a whopping 31 patents under their belt and a whole lot of production experience. They even had a hand in drafting and setting the industrial standards for industrial-grade glycine. You can bet on quality, totally trustworthy.
Hey cutie, so this is like the first basic twerk move. So this is what you do. You stand with your legs apart, you bend your legs, and then you arch your back. Hey cutie, so this is like the first basic twerk move. So this is what you do. You stand with your legs apart, you bend your legs, and then you arch your back, and you... That's your turn. Okay, so it's like bending over and trying to make it bounce. So it's like this.
Dans le mouvement des interdits, l'homme se séparait de l'animal. Il tentait d'échapper au jeu excessif de la mort et de la reproduction dans le pouvoir duquel l'animal est sans réserve. Mais dans le mouvement
Catherine Jourdain.
de la transgression,
Le Seigneur dit à Noé, entrez dans l'arche, vous et toute votre maison. Prenez 7 mâles et 7 femelles de tous les animaux purs, et 2 mâles et 2 femelles des animaux impurs.
Klaus Kinski,
Prenez aussi 7 mâles et 7 femelles des oiseaux du ciel, afin d'en conserver la race sur toute la face de la mort. Car je n'attendrai plus que 7 jours.
Christine Chappé.
Et après cela,
Après plusieurs aventures, au terme desquelles Renard meurt, mais ressuscite dès que tombe un peu de pluie, il arrive dans un village sous l'apparence d'un beau garçon.
Pierre Clémentine.
Une jeune fille s'éprend de lui et de
Ayant acquis de nouveaux pouvoirs, le mort peut apparaître sous forme animale.
Alida Valou, l'épaule des marcassins, dites à la Mirabeau. Mettez l'épaule des marcassins dans un plat creux. Arrosez-la d'huile et de vinaigre, salé et poivré. Ajoutez
certains traits remontant
Isidmilder, quand il s'agit d'animaux et de plantes ayant des sexes séparés, il est évident que la participation de 2 individus est toujours nécessaire pour chaque fécondation.
Pierral.
Mais l'existence de ces
Aux eaux d'Amsterdam,
est loin d'être aussi évidente.
se trouvait un jeune couple de butors dont le mâle s'était épris du directeur du zoo.
Anthony Stephen.
Pour ne pas empêcher l'accouplement,
Les animaux se divisent en A, appartenant à l'empereur,
avec du beurre,
Le
mâle
théorie de l'évolution.
et sur les histoires ayant sujet son animal.
et le masque
Second mois de la même
sur le
année,
visage.
toutes les forces du grand abîme des eaux furent rompues, et les cataractes du ciel furent ouvertes.
There are few people in the world or in world history that you can just say their last names and you'll know automatically who they are. You don't need any more. They're that statue. You think of Einstein and Freud and Dr. Spock. How many of you folks out there either raised your children in the Spockian manner or were raised in such a way? Millions and millions. But Dr. Spock is a significant person in the history of the United States, right, Doug? Not only in child care, but in other fields.
Dr. Spock has been active in anti-nuclear groups like SANE for many years. He was a prominent spokesperson for the Vietnam War. He's one of the first anti-war spokespersons I heard when I was a student at Columbia University, and has continued to be politically active through the years. We want to discuss all of these things with him, but we thought we'd start off with discussing the series of childhood, which is what got you famous and made you a personality, a national figure in the first place. Could you reflect a little bit on your book that you published first in 1946? It's called Baby and Child Care and has gone through several editions. How did your theory of child care differ from more traditional theories? And over the years, how have you modified that?
That's quite an order. I never thought of it as a theory. I can tell you where I got my ideas. In the first place, I was brought up very sternly and strictly by a New England couple, especially my fiercely moralistic mother. And though some people have said, I suppose this book is a protest against the way you were brought up, well, that's only about a third of it. I think that my interest in children, devotion to children, and those of my sisters and brother were all because my mother was totally devoted to her children. So I think that's part of where I got launched from. I cared a lot about children, but I think I also thought there must be easier ways, more pleasant ways to bring up children than the rather severe, oppressive way that my mother used. I had pediatric training after medical school, and then I thought I've got to get some psychological training. No other pediatrician had gotten that and stayed in pediatrics, so I found there was no place to get this training, so I took a year's residency in psychiatry at New York Hospital. That was occupied taking care of patients with schizophrenia and manic depressive psychosis. This gave me nothing with which to answer mother's questions about thumb sucking and toilet training and resistance to weaning. But I did discover during that year's residency that it was psychoanalytically trained people who were able to make the discussion of patients' stories dynamic. So I said, I want psychoanalytic training. So that year that I started pediatric practice in New York, at the bottom of the Depression in 1933, I started in my own personal analysis, and then for 5 years took seminars at the New York Psychoanalytic Institute. This explains my Freudian, basically Freudian concepts. And actually, anyone who knows Freud, reading through Baby and Child Care, sees Freud popping up again and again, not in Freud's words or with labeled Freud.
Part of the human brain is called the R complex. And the R stands for reptilian because we share this same configuration of matter with reptiles. And it is the most ancient part of the human brain that rests above the spinal cord. The neocortex and the limbic system are built around it. In other words, they're adaptations to this very ancient part of the brain. Well, if you believe in the regular creation theory in which or the evolutionary theory, which we came from a pond as fish and wallowed up on the surface and we evolved from there, that would make sense because we would see the connections with ourselves and reptiles.
All right, well, thankfully, there appears no further connection, or I feel no draw to go out by my foot like where there's lots of bugs, you know.
Or may become pregnant. Spravato is not for use as a medicine to prevent or relieve pain. Spravato may cause serious side effects, such as increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato. No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric can be better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B. Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the first FDA-approved nasal spray taken with an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause sleepiness, anxiety, and breathing problems. It's taken under the supervision of a healthcare provider who will monitor you for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full until the next day after a restful sleep. Spravato doesn't prevent suicide, reduce suicidal thoughts or actions, or replace hospitalization if needed. Call your doctor right away about unusual changes in behavior, worsening depression, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. There's a risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, are pregnant or may become pregnant. Spravato is not for use as a medicine to prevent or relieve pain. Spravato may cause serious side effects, such as increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato.
For a better clean with less, it's got to be Tide. For a better clean with less, it's got to be Tide.
backups in real life, but at least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
One antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the first FDA-approved nasal spray taken with an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause sleepiness, feeling disconnected from yourself, your thoughts, space and time, dizziness, fainting, spinning sensation, anxiety, and breathing problems. It's taken under the supervision of a healthcare provider who will monitor you for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day after a restful sleep. Spravato doesn't prevent suicide, reduce suicidal thoughts or actions, or replace hospitalization if needed. Call your doctor right away
They're
about
the more
unusual
positive
changes in
things that you got out of Freud. Freud was interested in where is the origin of neuroses. I was interested in the other side of it, how do children grow.
There's a risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your
This demonstration is a guide to injecting with the Skyrizi On-Body Injector, or OBI for short. It can be used as a supplemental resource as you make injecting Skyrizi routine. Be sure to use the instructions for use that comes with your OBI as your main resource for injection training. Read the instructions for use before you start using Skyrizi, and each time you get a refill. Your healthcare provider should show you how to properly inject before you start injecting on your own.
Jameson.
Uses. Skyrizi is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with.
Jose here could be one of us. You see, he's nearly as smooth as our whiskey. For him, long-term
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease.
All right. Even when he shows up uninvited, he's never empty-handed. And he only ever drinks smooth Jameson whiskey. Surely he must be part of the family. Must be a Jameson.
Moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. Safety considerations. Do not use if you are allergic to Skyrizi. Skyrizi may cause serious side effects, including serious allergic reactions, an increased risk of infections, and liver problems. Stop using Skyrizi and get emergency medical help right away if experiencing symptoms of a serious allergic reaction. Before starting treatment, your doctor should check for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor right away about any infections or symptoms of infection, and about planned or recent vaccines. Liver problems may happen while being treated for Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis that can lead to hospitalization. Your doctor will do liver blood tests before and during treatment and may stop Skyrizi if liver problems develop.
Hi, I'm Dave. Today, I'm going to show you how to inject Skyrizi at home with the Skyrizi On-Body Injector, or OBI for short. Before you try to inject, you should be shown how to do it correctly by a healthcare professional, and read the instructions for use that are folded inside your OBI box. This spells out everything you need to do step by step. This may seem like a long video, but the injection itself takes about 5 minutes once you press that start button. There are also 5 words that will help you remember. All of them begin with the letter P, but I'll talk more about them later. Remember, your healthcare provider should show you how to properly inject Skyrizi before you start injecting on your own. If you have any questions, your Skyrizi Complete Nurse Ambassador is there for you and trained to help, in person or virtually. Just call 1-866-SKYRIZI or chat live 24/7 at SkyRiziComplete.com. Let's talk about getting ready. Here are some things that you're going to need. 2 alcohol wipes, a cotton ball or gauze pad, I got mine from the local pharmacy, a sharps disposal container, and the instructions for use. Then, take your box of Skyrizi out of the fridge and leave the unopened box out until it warms to room temperature. That takes from 45 to up to 90 minutes. The OBI will not work unless it has been left at room temperature for at least 45 minutes. Now that we are ready, take the plastic tray out of the box, wash and dry your hands, and inside the package you'll find your OBI, a medication cartridge, and the instructions for use. First, we're going to open this OBI tray. Pull back at the arrow to peel away the white paper that keeps the tray sealed. Next, we need to remove this plastic cover. So you have to find this
thrust my tongue out and grab a few of them.
A fork tongue, I'm sure.
On that note, we'll pause for just a moment. Forked, I hope not. Before I'm about to do a couple of commercials. Here is a deal you cannot...
French cognac.
Forked tongue. All right. In just a moment.
Imagine to make today's cocktails shockingly smooth. Martell Blue Swift. A French cognac, finished in American bourbon barrels? Sacrilege. 300 years of tradition, reimagined to make today's cocktails shockingly smooth. Martell Blue Swift. Martell Blue Swift, making your favorite cocktails shockingly smooth. Martell Blue Swift, bending traditions for shockingly smooth spirit.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment with depression.
We're going to get back to John Rhodes and talk a little more about all of this. As a matter of fact, let's do that now. John, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
What I was going to say is that on top of the fact that the neuroanatomists say that the most ancient part of the human brain, the most central part, an archaic part, is called the R complex because it stands for reptilians and we share it with reptiles. There's also other striking connections that have been recently brought to my attention, and one of them was that in Omni magazine, September 1994, they had written an article, May 1994, called Lizard's Love. And what they discovered is that male iguanas were getting extremely, let's put it this way, they were starting to love their owners, the female owners anyway, the women who owned iguanas.
Really?
And it happened during the menstrual cycle, and they discovered that it's because that female humans secrete a pheromone that is absolutely chemically identical to that of a female iguana. Chemically, it's an absolute identical match to a female iguana, and that's why the male iguanas were getting so amorous. And on top of that, you have many other connections, just as
you would say that is sort of a hormonal connection.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then when you start looking about, well, this most ancient part of the brain and all these connections, what does it mean? Well, when the human embryo is in the female womb, it undergoes probably during the first 7 weeks certain changes in its formation. As a matter of fact, what happens is genetic history starts replaying itself through the embryonic growth.
John, all right, I'm sorry to stop you again, but what about the gigantic difference between our systems? Mammals, warm-blooded, reptilians, cold-blooded. I mean, that really is a big, seemingly gigantic evolutionary difference.
Yes, but at the same time, even paleontologists today, some paleontologists are starting to think twice as to whether all the dinosaurs back in the age of the dinosaurs were in fact cold-blooded.
Oh, you're right. I've heard that. You're absolutely right. That's been some of the later news. Right. I'm sorry I didn't recall that.
And according to Dale Russell, who's a scientist, anthropological scientist with the Canadian National Museum of Natural Science in Canada, he said that a dinosaur by the name of Stenonychosaurus equalis, if it had not undergone such a catastrophic change as apparently took place and killed out the dinosaur age, that because of its brain-to-body mass ratio, which was extremely close to those of primitive mammals, and the fact that it was bipedal, that if it had been allowed to evolve as the dominant species that it was heading towards being, that nowadays it would have resembled that of a walking, talking, what we consider through looking at the abduction report, reptilian being.
All right, John, hold it right there. We've got a break at the bottom of the hour and something I've got to get done very quickly, so let me do that. We'll take our break and come right back. My guest is John Rhodes, the human-reptilian connection, and we will get deeper into this subject in just a moment. From the high desert, this is Dreamland.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell.
My guest is author, lecturer John Rhodes. He talks of the human-reptilian connection and things underground. We will get to phone calls here in a couple of moments. I've got a couple of very good questions. One of them about the hum. Now, back to John Rhodes. John, I know I'm skipping around a lot, but when I have somebody who's an expert on underground, I've got a lot of questions, and I know that you've heard about this. I have a good friend, John, who built a porch here in Pahrump, Nevada, other side of the valley. He sank big beams into the ground in order to do this. After he built it, he had such a bad hum, John, that he could not sleep at night in his house. That's how bad it was. He ended up having to redo the whole thing in a different way. Something was being picked up and transmitted into his home from underground. What have you heard about this?
Well, I know that the underground hum that's been heard, like in Taos,
yes,
is not limited to just the Taos area, but has actually been heard in different countries around the world as well. And it's been happening for longer than most people realize. My own idea of what it may be, we've heard the theories about using ELF and loop antennas to be able to communicate, through the water and over the atmosphere with submarines around the world.
That is correct.
I know that the Colorado Bureau of Mines patented a device that actually uses ELF to communicate through the rock. In other words, it doesn't need any cables or anything. It just uses the rock to carry the signal. And the lower the frequency, the greater the coverage area. And when you start talking about, all I perceive now as my reality is moving atoms and frequency. And all we really have to live by this time around in our lives is this mass or different combinations of frequencies combined together to create different objects of different light. And when you start talking about the Taos hum, you're talking about a frequency that's being put through the earth, but yet at the same time there's a lot of natural crystal formations within the earth that could take certain branches of this frequency and, I guess you could say, change it or mutate it so we may have some sort of a sympathetic resonance with it. Around the meninges of the brain, which is the sheath covering the blood-brain barrier, we have Caltech had started looking into this, thinking that there's higher concentrations of magnetite crystal. Now, magnetite, mind you, is a naturally forming magnet ore. It's like lodestone in the earth. We don't eat it, but our body actually manufactures it. So when we have magnetite crystal surrounding our brain, that means that we as humans have everything necessary to make a transmitter or receiver, which is crystals, magnets, and energy and minerals. So if you're getting these different frequency fluctuations, I don't doubt whatsoever that we are somehow sympathetically resonating with those frequencies. As to what they could be, well, like we said before, perhaps they are some sort of a subsurface radar around these sensitive facilities looking for anything that may be coming near them.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Because a lot of these reports have actually come in from areas where previously people have said that there's some sort of anomalous activity happening with clandestine black book operations. So that's one possibility. The other is, of course, the communications. And the other one is, of course, and I've thought about it, and I don't know how true it could be, that the people who are hearing them have implants. And somehow these implants are being triggered. So these people are being able to hear a sound. because they're not quite hearing it, but they're sensing it all over. Now, I've heard sounds like that have continued for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, like a clicking, but then that clicking has stopped. I've also found out that other people associated with the group have heard the same sound at the same time, and it all stopped at the same time.
All right, this is from Sean in Yucca Valley. Then I'm going to give out the numbers, and we're going to answer some phones. Art, I have often heard it claimed there is only a 2% difference between humans and chimpanzees' genetic material. This seems to argue against any human-reptilian melding. Would you please ask John to comment on the point? In other words, as we look at genetic connection, I think the facts are is correct. There's a very close relationship to chimpanzees.
Oh, absolutely.
But genetically, not so close to reptilians.
Well, like I said, the connection is definitely there to reptilians. I'm not saying the primary connection or the most evidentiary one is, or the most dominant connection is. I do believe, like the caller had called in or faxed in, that yes, there is a high degree of connection with regular mammals, like the primitive apes. However, it appears to be that the most dormant form of a connection that we have, coming from the archaic part of the brain, is that of a reptilian. So, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the monkey or the reptile? So, when you're talking about, I guess you could say, Paul MacLean says that he's been able to excise like laboratory rats parts of their brain, or laboratory animals parts of their R complex. And what he's realized is that R complex dominates our behavior patterns as far as hierarchy, territoriality, ritualism, and aggressive behavior. And this is how he was able to find that out. So when we're talking about like who are we, it makes more sense to me that there's some sort of an important connection there with the reptilians, because I haven't heard too many stories of abductions by monkeys.
That's a good point.
Where I have heard the abductions by reptilians.
All right, John, let me quickly give out the numbers, and we'll take some calls. Fascinating topic. Gee. First-time caller line, area code 702-727-1222. The wild card line, several of those available. Area code 702-727-1295. Toll free west of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. Just one other quick thing, John, then we'll pick up some calls. The natural magnetic material that you say surrounds our brain.
Right.
Wouldn't that, they're doing a lot of studies now about electromagnetic fields and how they affect us. And when I say that, I mean even radio, television, and microwave transmission. Would this be, do you see a connection, in other words? If we are receptors, then it seems to me that sort of energy might be received and or might be affecting us.
Right. Well, there's so many forms of energy that we're aware of, but I believe that there are so many forms of more subtle energies that we're not aware of, and I think we catch the full spectrum. Yeah, I think it's very unhealthy to live around power lines. As a matter of fact, they say that when people go into caves or cave systems or underground, there's a natural insulation there provided for them, so they're no longer walking on the surface as just regular human antennas.
That would be true.
You just have to stick up a good antenna, and you can figure out that, my God, there's thousands of frequencies shooting straight through us all the time. Thousands.
Yes, well, they're also doing a lot of work on intense magnetic fields, and I hate to admit this, I'm a ham operator.
Right.
And I've been doing so since I've been about 12 years old, so I've been getting exposed to close-in, large electromagnetic fields, RF, all my life. And frankly, and I'm sorry to have to report it, but they've done a lot of reports indicating that amateur radio operators and people exposed to a lot of RF do tend to have a higher cancer rate. So there may be something to all this.
But then again, just to comfort you, I know that the mind is so much more powerful than we've ever been allowed to previously conceive that it is or believe that it is.
Well, thanks for the comfort, John. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm calling from Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I've been listening to your show, and I just caught in on the latter part of your show this evening. But one of the things I had in question when we were talking about reptilian is I have a large amount of paperwork and work that's been gathered for the past 10 years from a friend of mine who believes she's an alien or a part alien. And she's given me her work, and it has hundreds of drawings and cryptic writings. And I'd like to know whom I can get in touch with to share this work to.
Well, cryptic writings, aliens, does it seem to relate to some sort of reptilian connection?
To some degree, in some parts of her notes it does.
It does.
I went and bought a particular book on cryptic writings from past centuries, trying to decipher some of the information.
All right. Listen on the air. John, it's a good opportunity. If somebody like that or anybody else wants to get hold of you, or maybe have you written a book, John?
Well, no, the book's in the works. I've just made a recent... we'll get into it a little bit more if you want. But
All right, then let me try this avenue. If they want to get hold of you and get you information...
Okay, this is what you do. First of all, if it's something that you're really, really frightened of somebody interfering or intercepting, the way to do this is to take it and fully register it and heavily insure it. This way, if it's ever missing in the mail accidentally, then you stand to make a little bit of money from it.
Sure.
Okay? Now, I've had so many things missing through the mail. This is the only way I really, truly get things where I want them to go. I figure if they're going to end up missing, I might as well make a little living at it. Now, I'm going to give you I'll give you an address, and the address is John Rhodes, R-H-O-D-E-S.
Right.
And that's Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, that's Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. Now, I also have a voicemail system set up.
Do it again, though.
Okay. It's John Rhodes.
Right.
Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. And I have a voicemail also, which is in case, if you don't mind, in case anybody needs to or would like to receive a package of information regarding this research and other related research, if they do a money order or check for $10 and send it to me, I'll get them off a comprehensive package. And if you'd like, go ahead and send it to that address. My voicemail, in case you want to notify me of anything or need some further information like the address again, is area code 702-391-3335.
Okay.
At 702-391-3335. And one other thing I have available in case people are interested in is I've done some psychoacoustic and psycho work. I've done some work with sound, and I've been able to create a subliminal self-hypnosis tape for abductees. And the reason I did this is because so many people are feeling like they've somehow been touched, and they don't have the money to go spend $90 an hour
That's right.
to go to a psychiatrist to get hypnosis. So I've used some very ancient metaphysical tones that correspond with the chakra, and I've gotten together with a very famous hypnotist out here in Las Vegas by the name of Helen Balcom.
Right.
And we designed this self-hypnosis tape that teaches people how to get themselves into the self-hypnotic state, as well as empower them through their experiences instead of allowing them to sit in the victimization role, and speak and recall some of these events if they so choose.
All right. If it's
And
not,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if it's not $90 an hour, how much is it?
It's $10, and once you buy it, I just welcome you until I otherwise tell you to go ahead and copy it, and please hand it out to your friends. Because part of my job here, not only am I a spokesman for a group of people who have spent their lives working on subjects such as this, but my job here right now is to help people and empower people. And that's one of the reasons I also sometimes, when I go out and give lectures, I'll spend an extra day, take a handful of people, and teach them to investigate for themselves. Because we all need to put at least a little bit of work into it. And the more people who put work into it and forward the information to someone like myself, which is like a pivot point, then the more ability we have to be able to get a clearer perception on what's going on.
This is a shot in the dark, John. It's a fax. Ask John if he's ever heard or seen a human who has small holes on the side of the head near the top of the ear and in slightly toward the temple. I have exactly what I describe on both sides of my head and have yet to see this on any other human being. If your guest has no such experience, can you refer me to somebody you might know? Barbara in Santa Barbara. No, I certainly can't, John. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I hesitate to answer simply because it hits so close to home. This last year, our 5-year-old girl had recently awoken one morning and was worrying about her ears and scratching at them. And I looked inside, and just on the inside of the ear, but still within the actual outside fleshy piece against the temple, was a perfectly circular cored out hole. Now, that in itself would not be so remarkable if it weren't for the fact that when I looked in the opposite ear, 180 degrees around, on her other side of her head, was another perfectly cylindrical hole, right in the exact same location. Yes, I haven't heard very many other people talk about it, but it's really strange that that your caller should happen to ask that question.
What?
I mean, that's really odd.
Yeah, okay. What would you say to her? I mean,
all I could say is that...
Do you want her to contact you?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's more than welcome to contact me, as well as I invite absolutely anybody out there whatsoever who may have information regarding any experiences or any other information regarding the reptilians or reptiles or any sort of a contact or abduction to contact me and send me a copy of the information. I'd really appreciate it. That way it would enable me to be able to get a little better perspective on what's going on.
Here's a quick, crazy question, because we're about at the top of the hour. A lot of people, when they are abducted, some have actually reported underground experiences. Others have reported that they are in the interior of something. Now, I wonder if it could be, John, that in many times they are not in a craft at all, but in some sort of underground structure.
Excellent point. That's an excellent point. And I think the best thing we could do is try and get to that at the top, after the top of the hour, because that's an area in all itself. I can tell you that in the very few experiences that I personally had that I can consciously remember was one in particular in which I was sitting in a craft that was like the interior of a Hopi Indian or Pueblo Indian kiva.
All right, hold that thought. We'll be right back to you. I want to remind everybody our bulletin board service is up with 5 nodes. You can call it at area code 702-727-1709. That's our BBS. We'll be right back.
System of Mind. We continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Here's Art Bell.
Here I am, and we've got a whole bunch. There's a lot of interest, John. I'll tell you, we're generating a lot of interest. I've got a fistful of faxes here, and we'll try and get to those questions as we can. Reminding you, the East of the Rockies line is 1-800-825-5033. Now, John, before I've got a whole lot of faxes and questions here and phone calls. It's going nuts. Let's talk abductions for a moment. It seems to me that indeed a lot of people describe rooms, not necessarily ships, but rooms or even underground, that they know they're underground and they've been abducted. Sometimes they've seen reptilian-like creatures. Sometimes they've even seen the U.S. military. And that opens up a whole nother can of worms.
All right. Well, this gets us into an area I was hoping that you would open up, and I thank you for doing that, which is that, as we were saying before, when it looks like these reptilians are underground, all we have to look at is, and I study many, many works of ancient religions, including the modern religions, but the one we can most identify with is the Christian religion for the majority of people.
That's right.
And I will only say this, is that all you have to do is look at the reptilian in the Garden of Eden, and when he had interfered originally with the overall plan, God, Jehovah or whatever, came down and said, you haven't behaved like I've told you, you've interfered. Now get thee underground. I will cast thee underground, and man's heel shall be upon your forehead, and you shall be at man's heel. In other words, they were cast underground. There are many ancient religions that talk about these reptilians being underground. Only one of them is the Hopi religion, where they talk about their ancestors not being human, but being snakes or reptilians. And they call them the snake people. And like we're coming full circle now from like the beginning of the show, the ant people and the snake people. They believe, according to their legends, that at the end of each great cycle, when these devastations happen, they're taken underground to safety by the ant people. And this area that they lived in was the underworld. And they finally came up after the devastation through a hole in the ceiling of this great underground cave or this underworld called the Sipapuni. Nobody has ever known where the Sipapuni is. And they've always thought of it as legend and myth.
In that case, John, this question may answer itself. It's from Jop in Seattle, Washington. Given their underground status as of now, how did they survive the catastrophe that wiped out all other higher reptile life forms millions of years ago? And that kind of answers itself, I guess.
Right. If there's something happening on the surface, the immediate response is to try and go underground. Not only with our own government like they're doing now, but it's shown back in very medieval pictures, and it's even reported back in the times like the Velikovskian, theories of when they said that the great, the stars fell from heaven and there was a great earthquake. There's many depictions of people running for caves. If there was a more highly evolved form of intelligence in the age of the dinosaur, then perhaps their immediate instinct was to run for cover as well. When you start going underground, there are natural aquifers of fresh water traveling in great rivers in some cases. When this happens, it releases highly charged positive ions into the air, as well as releases a high content of oxygen. So you can live down in these areas. There's radium that lines the walls of some of these caves, which gives off a constant light. And there's also many other minerals within the earth itself that you could actually grow from. When this underground mythological Indian place, the Sipapuni, was said to be somewhere in the Four Corners area, they suppose, there was an article written by the Arizona Gazette, the Phoenix Gazette, back in 1909, where it talks about a man by the name of Kincaid traveling down the Colorado River on a skiff, and he had come across an underground city that was built into the walls of the Grand Canyon that was big enough for 50,000 people to live in.
Really?
And when I initially read this article, I started a 4-year search to see if this could possibly be. What I've discovered is that in many outlying areas of where they would have carried that article, even in the Yuma Examiner where this, he apparently was, the microfilm is all there for every day except those 2 days that it was printed. So there's suspicion by omission.
John, this is also interesting because there have been reports, rumors, myths, whatever you want to call it, some of them fairly substantial, that there's something going on in the Grand Canyon, that some area of it has been cordoned off to the public. Nobody's allowed to go near it. Nobody knows what it is. Have you heard those reports?
Well, they justify it by saying it's just dangerous. However, I can tell you that, honestly, after 4 years of research, I have finally located that exact same location where Kincaid had walked into the cave and found the Egyptian mummies, the metal that nobody could explain where it came from, the hieroglyphics that looked like they were from central Yucatan but not, and the cat's eyes. And then, like I said, they said that there was enough room for 50,000 people to live in. But the question is this, is that if there were, in fact, 50,000 people in the Grand Canyon, there is no evidence on the surface of that area that 50,000 people ever walked that area.
Indeed.
So where in the world did they go? Now, I've recently been in touch with fightings regarding this and talked about doing something on it, and other people on the West Coast, because when I finally released the...
Is this shit capturing audio now, nigga? Hello? Hello? Oh my god. I think we're gonna do a sleep stream, boys. Let's see if we got the bed. Sleep stream. Sleep stream. Sleep stream. You can't even see that shit. It looks cool to me though. What other sound? Oh shit. Hello? That's weird. I hear noise coming out of this shit. Yo. Alright. Nothing lightheaded than the cigarette. I smoked it too fast. Oh. Oh, that's tough. Sleepy stream. A little bit of light there. Sleep stream.
Full impact of my discovery of this location. It has such implications to it that it has to be done very gingerly, especially when I carry a lot of respect for the Hopi Indians.
Ginger?
And this being their mythological place of the emergence from the underworld, it needs to be treated very delicately. And we're currently in negotiations with certain elements on the West Coast to try and get that out on the most widely spread way that we can.
Do you remember the old movie Journey to the Center of the Earth? I'm sure you do.
Isn't that great?
Yes. If and who is to know? But could there be portals somewhere on the Earth? Do you believe there are?
Yes.
That would lead, if not to the center of the Earth, very, very deeply into the Earth.
Absolutely. I believe that the Earth is like a human body in a way, that it has veins and arteries. And those veins and arteries are natural and unnatural caverns and tunnel systems. And there probably are some areas of the Earth that are more, highly concentrated with tunnel systems, such as the Four Corners Southwest area, Central America, and the Andes area of Chile and down south in South America. One of the greatest reptilian, you've heard these winged reptilians we hear about.
Yes.
The Draco, and then the non-winged. Well, one of the greatest winged reptilian religious symbols there has ever been, or deities, is that of Quetzalcoatl. And he was a very benevolent being that lived down in the Yucatan area and Mexico. And you're going to love this. This has got to do with a lot of my research. I know you're just probably going to jump off your seat. But revelations, when they talk about revelations, it means to reveal what was once hidden.
Yes.
And during these times, these things will be revealed, as will the reptilian life forms. Quetzalcoatl was the being that lived between 600 and 900 AD down in Mexico, and also the upper Yucatan. And like I said, he was very benevolent. He went into an area where the Aztecs were ripping hearts out of people, and he said, no. He said, just put some herbs up on the altar, and he taught them science. He was the one that the Mayans and the Aztecs attribute to teaching them the Mayan calendar, and we know the scientific, significance of that.
Oh, yes.
The astronomical calendar. But then also, there are many relations between him and what we know of as the Christ. As a matter of fact, some people, like the Mormons of today's religion, believe that Quetzalcoatl was Christ reincarnate because he was just so benevolent in a very violent area. Anyway, through my research, I've realized through studying ancient archaeology and architecture, like in the Art and Architecture of Ancient America by George Kubler, he says that the most ancient of all archaeological ruins that are circular in formation are the result of the presence of the cult of Quetzalcoatl. That being, Quetzalcoatl means the feathered serpent, the being of the feathered serpent.
Do you connect all this, John, to the incredible sightings going on in Mexico? And I might add on...
The National UFO Congress in Mexico City in August, and having the opportunity to talk down there regarding this, because I truly do believe that Mexico City is going to be the primary point of contact. Because if the Mexican people have already started to be conditioned to the more prominent presence there of these craft, and information outside the United States, if it's real close to us, we have an ability to control it, especially since the governments are so close now with all the monies being passed back and forth and deals being made. But also it's easier to control the information if at first the people don't react properly or as expected. And when they do have this initial contact, if they react unexpectedly, then they can stop the information flow right away, as you've seen they've been doing all along.
Well, they have. You're right. It's interesting, though. From those I've talked to who have been to Mexico and have investigated, they have found the Mexican people are actually beginning to get, I'm not going to say nonchalant, but they're beginning to be accustomed to seeing these things almost all the time.
Absolutely.
And so that process is ongoing.
Oh yeah, and if they land there first, when finally they start reacting properly, or so that when we are finally able to see that they have been there and we don't see people running through the streets, then it'll help us react a little bit more calmly to the acceptance of their arrival. But also remember that Mexico City sits atop an ancient city of Mexico called Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan was the initial city created by the Aztecs. And, of course, the ancient god of the Aztecs was Quetzalcoatl. Now, when Quetzalcoatl was done, this winged serpent being was done with all his divine work down there. He said, when he left, I will return one day and I will redeem my people, which is exactly the same promise as you've heard other religious deities throughout all Earth say.
Of course.
Right?
Yes.
So,
but I believe all religions must, as a basic tenet, have a past history and a future promise.
Right. Absolutely. For us to have hope.
Okay. John, I'm telling you, I've got so many faxes here, I could never get to them all. Here is one that says, reptilian experience by a 10-year-old. The following abduction experience by my 10-year-old son had grays showing my son reptilians. Now, there's much too much. This is from Maui, Hawaii, and there's much too much for me to go into here. But with all of this contact and all of this interest, John, I'm going to ask that you again please give out the telephone number and address, would you?
Absolutely. I welcome anybody to send material to me and or just send that $10, and I'll money order a check, and I'll send them a package of material. And the address is John Rhodes, that's R-H-O-D-E-S, Post Office Box 50381, Henderson, Nevada, 89016-0381. And in case you didn't get the address, you can call the voicemail system. It has the address on it again for you, which is 702-391-3335. And just to let everybody know, I'm not one of these researchers out there that's untouchable or that you can't talk to. I more than welcome people to get me information or to share their experiences with me if they feel that there's something that they can contribute to expanding my idea of what's going on. And time allowing, I'll try and get back in touch with you.
All right.
And then, of course, we have the tape that's $10, and then just add $2 in shipping and handling in there if you want to start finding out for yourself and you'd rather keep that experience a little more quiet.
All right.
That self-hypnosis tape.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi.
Recently, about a year or so ago, in Northern California, extremely Northern California.
Where are you, sir?
I am calling from the Ozarks.
Okay.
But in extreme Northern California, actually Fort Smith area, there was a lot of land, off-road land, rugged terrain, that was made off limits to the public. And for one reason or another, I think one government agency made it off limits to protect another one for whatever they were doing. And the reason for this is what appeared to be forest rangers were heavily armed with shoulder-strap machine guns. Now, it made no sense at all, and I know they weren't looking for marijuana.
Well, that's not the reason to cordon it off. That is the amount of security to accomplish it. What do you think they were cordoning off?
I have no idea, but I know that they were not they were keeping it close under taps. Well, I mean, why in the world would they have shoulder-strap machine guns in the first place? And this, like I said, in extreme Northern California, up near the Oregon border.
All right. Well, I've got a fax here also, John, about Mount Shasta. There are a lot of stories about Mount Shasta.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term Lemurians?
Yes, I am.
Is this a group who supposedly lives in or under Mount Shasta?
Well, from what I've been able to discover through my research and through the research of other people like Cherry Hinkle and Tal and like the other names I mentioned before, that appears that Mount Shasta is a shared facility, like a neutral base, like almost a Switzerland, for many different races and beings. And that's why there's such a variety of different reports coming out of there of various different looking beings. As far as Lemuria and Mu and Atlantis, I do believe that, yes, I do believe that there were past continents and all there were past civilizations that were destroyed through their own cataclysms, and some of them did escape through the tunnel system. Because these tunnel systems crisscross the world, not just here.
All right, fascinating. Hold on, John. Remember to get a copy of this program, which I can understand you might want. Call 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell.
There is a lot of interest around what John Rhodes is discussing, the human-reptilian connection. Underground tunnels, bases, perhaps even civilizations. Back to it in a moment. John,
geez, that's actually pretty good audio.
I want to talk to you, so let me take a couple of calls very quickly.
Great, okay.
All the way out to Maui, Hawaii, you're on the air with John Rhodes. How are you doing?
Hi, John. Thank you very much for the excellent information. And Art, thanks for a great program. I just wanted to mention that initially when I was listening to your show tonight, I was my guard was up and I started resisting the potential of having any connection with reptiles. But then I remembered an experience that my 10-year-old son had just a couple years ago. and I'll quote him on it. He, first of all, had experience, an alien abduction experience that described grays, entities with oval dark eyes, did not blink, etc. But what it is important is these entities showed Joshua, quote, bad aliens that had dark skin with many small bumps on them like a reptile. And the key point is the aliens said they did not fight them with weapons or try to destroy them, but they kept them at bay with their minds. My question is, has there been any other reports that reptilians are hostile, or are they more benevolent and friendly toward the human race?
All right.
Well, I believe that there are those that are benevolent, and I think there are those that are evil. It is the common law of nature, and it cannot be disregarded, that there's the positive and negative polarity of absolutely everything. Even an atom has a positive and negative pole to it. So when you're talking about human nature as well as nature of a living life form, I think that we are able to fluctuate between the negative and the positive polarities of whether we want to be good or evil as a matter of free will. Just as there are some people who may live in foreign countries under a crazy dictator who support perhaps, public executions of large masses of people, there are those beings like Mother Teresa. And I think you're bringing up a very good point, and that point is this great deceit that we come into that everybody's worried about, is that we have to look within ourselves and know within ourselves exactly who or what we're looking at. They say, there's an old saying, is know thee by thy deeds. Know somebody by what they're doing, not by what they're saying or what they look like.
Well, it sounds like that man should personally communicate with you.
Oh yeah, I openly invite you to. I think there's a lot to learn between the two of us.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Where are you calling from, please?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
I've studied reptiles for many years, and one of the things about reptiles that's rather interesting is that the males' genitalia are located in most species, on both sides of the tail. There are two, and they have very unique shapes in such a manner that they will uniquely fit the female of that species and no other. There was a comment earlier about rape of abductees, and it seems to me that this would be one interesting way to try to validate those.
Well, that's an interesting point you're bringing up. I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about as regards to the sexual genitalia of the reptile as opposed to the human being. That's something that I haven't really looked into, so I couldn't give you an informative opinion on that.
Well, if for no other reason that most reptiles have two, that ought to be an interesting cross-check, and the fact that these things are very oddly shaped, very, very oddly shaped.
And probably quite popular.
And they would probably be very painful, as a matter of fact.
Well, I know that there are the reports of the forced rapes, and I'm not sure if there are different reptilians as far as different physical species of them. But then again, there's human differences of our own species, like you have the pygmy, and then you have the tall people of Africa, and then you have the albinos. So I'm not willing to say at this time as to whether they are just of one type.
All right, here's the facts for you. Yes, the primitive brain positioned on top of the human spinal cord has long been referred to as the reptilian brain by academics. This information is not news. The primitive human brain, often referred to as the reptilian brain, performs the usual and ordinary biological functions which are common with the reptile and higher vertebrates: breath, hunger, thirst, excretion, sex, and so forth. Would your guest not agree the great developmental divide between the reptile and the higher vertebrates is the affection of the parent for the young? The reptile and lower animal classes abandon the egg or young upon discharge. The reptile does not protect, feed, or care for its young. The higher vertebrates, beyond and above reptilian biological divide, care for the young in varying degrees.
God, that I couldn't have said it better myself, and that fax, the person that sent that fax in is right on target. This possibly explains the large amount of abductions with people where they're being made to hold the children. Because if it's in fact the case that they're looking at our affection for children, as they apparently are doing, you know, through abductions where these ladies are made to hold the babies.
Yes, oh yes.
And then they sit back and watch, and they're really amazed at it, and they're just taking in everything they can.
I've heard many stories
This
like
would make total sense. It really would.
it really would.
And we've got to remember that the reptiles, primarily people think of them as giving birth to an egg. Well, there's the reptile like the adder, the snake that's the adder, that actually gives birth to its young without the egg. So, you know, I think that, whoever sent that fax in, please get in touch with me.
Well, the person sending the fax is named Don from Redmond, Washington, so be so notified, Don. He'd like to hear from you. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Rhodes.
Yes, this is Michael in Wichita, Kansas.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
And I have like to hear a comment about blackouts in the coast, both coasts, and if that has anything to do with Project HARP that I've heard related to on your show before.
Okay, I would answer that. I think not. I don't know that for sure, but I don't think the blackouts relate to HARP. They occurred actually prior to HARP's beginning its activity, so I will leave that one there. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Hi, Art. Congratulations for a great show. This is New Orleans calling.
New Orleans, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Art, several weeks ago you had a UFO guest on that talked about UFOs, and he brought up a particular incident where the United States military had surrounded a downed craft, went on board, discovered that the occupants were reptilian-type occupants on board, and went in, apparently in a alcove of this spaceship, discovered human remains, human bones, and I was wondering if your guest had any knowledge of that incident or any similar incidents.
John?
Well, I don't have any knowledge of that particular incident. As far as reports of them having the remains of human beings on board, it's quite possible. I wouldn't say that they were the cause of that person's demise, but they could have been.
All right, I'm going to ask you about I'm going to give you two weird questions. You can ignore them if you like. We mentioned Journey to the Center of the Earth earlier. If you had an opportunity, John, to travel very, very deeply into the Earth, if you found a porthole that would take you there, would you go?
Yes. I would not go without deep prayer beforehand.
But you would go?
Yes.
The next question involves an Associated Press story a number of years ago that has always stuck with me. Somewhere in Scandinavia, I can't recall where it was, they drilled what they thought to be the deepest hole ever drilled by man. And maybe you can update me. They lowered microphones, sound microphones, into this hole. And they heard sounds of human agony and screaming and torture. Thousands of voices, or what appeared to be that. And they actually ran that on the Associated Press. Now, I remember the story and held it in my hand off the wire and talked about it. It was really weird. And then you never heard anything more about it. How deeply have we ever gone into the Earth? Do you know?
Well, I do know that according to RAND Corporation documents and the documents from like DARPA and such agencies, they've said that there have been studies to actually build underground bases as far as 8,000 feet underground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's quite a bit distance.
It sure is.
It appears from what I've been able to see that as far as tectonic plate shift and earthquakes, most earthquakes happen on a fairly shallow level. And there is a theory out that the deeper you go, it is safer for you to be. And that if anything did shift over you with the current technology, with the nuclear boring, tunnel boring machines that they have, that you could just drill your way out. As far as the screams and everything.
Had you ever heard that report?
Yeah, I'd heard the report. I mean, did they drill through the ceiling of hell?
Well, that's the obvious implication.
Implication,
sure.
right? And it could be maybe that everybody was imagining that that's what they were going to do. So, and that's just what they heard. Maybe it was a collective, hypnosis of some sort.
Maybe it was. Only thing about it was they claimed they had it on audio tape.
Well, I haven't heard it.
And I would love to. John,
Yeah, I would too.
Hold on. We'll be right back to you. John, this has been so interesting. There's been so much response that A, we will have you back on Dreamland again, and B, I might think about having you on one Friday night, Saturday morning, if you have the time on the regular syndicated program.
That's the marathon program you have?
You can call it the marathon program,
it's
I guess.
great.
Yeah, 5 hours a night. That's right.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great. It's a lot of fun. And if you ever do you ever stay up late?
Well, I try not to, but I tend to be up at many times 2, 3 in the morning at my computer doing my research and writing.
I understand.
So I do enjoy your shows.
Okay, well then maybe one night we'll plan ahead, and on a Friday night, Saturday morning, you can go get a nap on Friday, and we'll do a show.
I think that could be possible.
It is fascinating, John, because of the... I think there's a natural human curiosity about what is below us. We almost know more about what is above us at this point than what is below us, don't we?
Yes, and it's been very difficult for researchers such as Tal and Cherry Hinkle and Bill Hamilton and the others to be able to put this word out about we have to start looking underneath our feet. I think the majority of the reason why it's been so hard to have other researchers in the field take it seriously as it should be taken, is number one, with the advent of video cameras, it's easy for us to start getting hooked on looking above our heads because it's just right there for us at times.
Sure.
And when it's underground, we really don't have anywhere to go with that other than to look at the logic and listen to the information that's being provided. Many of these installations and natural cavern systems are very inaccessible. The one, for example, in the Grand Canyon that I discovered is extremely dangerous to try and get to. And I wouldn't suggest that anybody, should they find something like that, just go alone.
Don't try this.
Absolutely not.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Rhodes. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes, sir.
Yes, I have a friend of mine. I read a book once about underground caverns and stuff, and this one guy I was talking to here at work, he grew up in an area, I believe it's Creve Coeur, but there's a lot of caves out in that area, and he said that twice he's seen some odd-looking creatures out there around these particular caves, and he's offered many times to take me out there to the area where it was at, but he says he knows exactly where they were coming from. And he said the one night that he got the best look at them, he said that he had pulled off the side of the road in his car, because he was changing a flat tire.
Right.
And he said that with his brake lights, he's seen these two creatures. He said they were about 4 foot tall or something like that. He said they ran across one side of the road. He said they were like in this farmer's field. And he said they ran in like a kind of hobbling fashion. And he said they jumped across the road over to these weeds on the other side toward the caves. And he said, with the brake lights, he could see them, And he said that one of them stuck his head up through the weeds, looking at him. And he said it was only like 40 feet away. And he said it had a large head and had large black eyes. So he said he jumped up and took off running, and left the car there,
I think I would.
Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland.
It certainly is. Hi, everybody. It's Sunday evening, means another Dreamland. This will be a good one. My guest is Michael Paul Lindemann, head of the 2020 group, who looks to the future based on present trends. In other words, based on what's happening right now, what's going to happen then. And he'll be along in short order. First, I'd like to welcome a brand new affiliate to the program. That would be 3WI. What a great set of call letters. 3WI in Brainerd, Minnesota. That's wonderful. That's actually WWWI, and they call it 3WI, and I think that's great. Brainerd, Minnesota, welcome to the program. You'll get the idea of what it's all about as we proceed. There is live listener participation, so stand by, and in due course, we'll have the telephone lines open. regular feature of this program is a gal named Linda Moulton Howe, who you may recall last week had a death in the family, the passing of her father, and was not with us last week, is back this week in Philadelphia. And so, without hesitation, let us go to Linda Moulton Howe in Philadelphia and find out how she is. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art. I really appreciate your acknowledgement of my father last week. The funeral on Wednesday turned out to be a large assemblage of people in aviation from all over in Idaho and other parts of the country, because he had been very involved in the building of airports for private aviation, and it was, I know someplace he's out there now flying, and is out of his pain, and for that I'm grateful. We are also today 2 weeks away and counting from the Shoemaker-Levy comet pieces.
That's right.
That are to begin, according to astronomers, piece by piece by piece, plunging into the hydrogen gaseous surface of Jupiter, and that should begin somewhere on July 16th. So we will try to stay up with what's happening there.
And for that reason, I have a Richard Hoagland coming on the program July 10th.
All right. And I will also try to stay up with some astronomer colleagues to give a report that following Sunday. And 2 weeks ago, on June 21st, Dennis Claiborne in Garnett, Kansas, found his second mutilation since August on a farm in Garnett, Kansas, about 60 miles outside of Kansas City, Missouri, where the two cities are across the river. And just 3 or 4 days before he found those two mutilated animals, or the one mutilated animal that was following the August one, in Oregon, people were beginning to report to sheriff's office deputies in Washington County outside of Portland a series of circles that were appearing along U.S. Highway number 26.
I just heard something about that, Linda.
Yeah, I have received a photograph of it, and from the Oregonian newspaper, it says that in the waist-high wheat was a circle about 35 feet across. It was ringed by a second circle of completely untouched wheat that was standing, and that was surrounded by a ring. And when you look at the picture, it is a flattened circle that is about 35 feet across, surrounded by a larger ring. And then in 4 different compass points, northeast, southwest, are 4 smaller circles placed at those compass points outside of the circle in the ring. And they were placed on the north side of a hill, just high enough to be seen from Highway US 26. And there was a point where the Washington County Sheriff's deputies were having quite a challenge trying to control traffic, because literally hundreds of people were stopping with camcorders and cameras to take pictures of this formation. And there was one man, Chris Ullman, he said, how did they get the circle so precise in the dark? It would seem like you would need a light source. This is quite a precise one, and we're now all waiting to see if anything more like this will occur in the United States. So if there are any listeners in any area that have some access to going out to where there are any kind of food and cereal crop fields, we are now into that phase where we're trying to keep up with any formations that might be occurring someplace. And this particular one, whether it was made by a human or something else, was on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon.
Linda, what would you recommend to people? Because a lot of times when these crop circles form, there's just not enough time to get to it for scientific investigation, and before people like you do, the fields are trumped by, busy bees, rubberneckers, and people who want to see, and it all gets fouled up.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, right now, in fact, I'm happy to give my phone number on the air for this, because Dr. Levengood, the biophysicist in Michigan that I've been working with for the last 4 years, has been getting some plants from England, and and is very interested in getting plants from any of these formations that might occur in Canada and the United States. And probably the fastest way is to get in touch with me. So before I go into a brief excerpt from an interview with the Kansas farmer about his most recent mutilation and helicopter activity in the area, I wonder, Art, why don't I just give my phone number and people could contact me who are listening wherever in the United States?
It's a gutsy thing to do, Linda. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the only way I know to make this contact in terms of reports. So
Fast, yes.
The number would be area code 215-491-9840. And I will talk with people, and we will see if there is some formation that does occur someplace. We will try to work with Dr. Levengood to get plants to him, and so I would be the contact point.
Okay, Linda, but there are a lot of people listening, and so you better qualify it. The only calls you want are ones that are connected to crop circles?
Crop circles, and I suppose if somebody also would in their area have heard about some recent mutilations, since they are occurring in a variety of isolated parts of the country right now, I certainly could take a call on that too.
All right, with those being the parameters, area code 215-491-9840, Linda Moulton Howe. Okay, Linda.
Now, I'd like to share with you a portion of a conversation with farmer Dennis Claiborne, who lives in Garnett, Kansas. He found one of his cows mutilated with the classic bloodless excisions of ear, eye, tongue, genitals, and rectum. The first was August 31st. The second was a young heifer, a little over a year old, found on June 21st in his farm in Garnett, Kansas. And when we pick up this particular part of the interview, I'm asking him about the comparison between the two mutilations on his farm. In the other one, how similar was the August 31st mutilation to this new young heifer this week?
It was the exact same mutilation. There was no difference.
Everything was the same?
Yeah, the cut might have been just a little rougher on the heifer than it was the cow, but not that much.
Mm-hmm. And what about the color of the tissue?
Well, you can see in the photos that we're sending you that the tissue was extremely white on the heifer.
Mm-hmm. As if there was no blood in the capillary.
There wasn't no blood nowhere.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't see signs of struggle or tracks around this heifer in the grass this time?
Which are what?
Any signs of struggle or tracks around the heifer?
Not around the heifer, there was just that ring in the grass.
Right, the ring in the grass. Now, I understand that you have seen helicopter activity in and around this pasture recently?
Yeah, about 2-3 months ago, or something like that, a couple months ago. I called the sheriff's department in the other county right across, we're right on the county line, and asked if they had anything on a helicopter going down, and they said not at their knowledge. At that time, they didn't know anything about it. But you could sit out there behind the barn with working cattle, and you could hear it running off in the distance, perfect.
So you could hear the sound of a helicopter?
Yep.
But you didn't see it?
Never did see it.
And did you ever hear the sound of a helicopter at night?
This was at night.
It was at night?
Yeah, every time we've heard it was been at night.
And no running lights, no beams?
Nope.
And that, of course, has been one of the constant themes for the last 30 years of people hearing the sound of a helicopter in a pasture area and not seeing anything, or seeing what looked like a beam of light coming out of what people describe as looking like a helicopter, but in those cases they often are silent. And that ring that he referred to around this most recent mutilation, I've seen the photos now, and where the animal was found, it was more like a half circle of trampled, the pasture grass was I don't even know if you could say trampled, but certainly laid down, not in the precise way of a crop circle, certainly, but it is unusual that there is this sort of half circle of trampled grass around this mutilated heifer.
I must tell you, Linda, this phenomenon is driving me nuts. And now we have the addition of the helicopters.
Right.
And, you have to ask this question. Helicopters would at least lead one toward government involvement, or the question of government involvement. And then you've got to sit back and say, now, what the hell would our government have to go to some farmer's field to get a cow to cut up? The answer is the government would not need to do that.
That's right, and every law enforcement officer I've ever talked to since I first did a strange harvest 14 years ago has said this is not the way the government would operate. They would simply buy the animals that they needed, take them onto some military place, and they would take whatever it was that they needed. And I think it's also important to report about 7 years ago, a man who, as far as I know, works for intelligence in the United States government, told me without my being able to ever name him or the source, but said that our government does monitor frequencies of what they consider to be non-human entities, and these frequencies that come from different vehicles or lights can be tracked and monitored, and when they pick up these signals, that certain teams are scrambled to areas in an effort to both monitor and possibly break up the action. And he indicated to me that this was done both in areas where there were mutilation activity and where there were abduction reports.
Wow. That's what I say to that. Wow. Did he happen to tell you any of those frequencies?
No. Those are the kinds of things that when you get into details, none of us really ever get, and that may or may not be wise on the part of some of the people in the government who have some assignments in some of this. They're monitoring, and I think they monitor. I don't think the government has all the answers, Art. I think that the government, like we, are trying to struggle with a phenomenon that is so complex and ever-changing that they themselves must study it.
That then would certainly make sense. That's very intriguing, Linda. And if you can find out any more, or if anybody out there knows any more about this,
call me.
Call Linda. That's right. All right. Linda, fascinating report.
Thank you, and I will look forward to next week, and my best to Michael Lindeman, and hopefully I can talk with him soon, too. I know you'll have a good conversation with him.
I know he wants you to give him a call.
All right.
So do that. Thank you, Linda.
Take care.
Take care. Linda Moulton Howe. Wow. Now, that is the first that I have ever heard that suggested, that there may be frequencies of operation of these craft, and that they are monitored. And when something is heard in a specific area, a team is dispatched. All of a sudden, that would make some sense. In just one moment, Michael Paul Lindeman. Michael Lindeman was born in Milwaukee in the state of Wisconsin, home of our new affiliate tonight, 3WI, in 1949. He became a conscientious objector as a university student during the Vietnam War, developing a lifelong interest in arms control, foreign affairs, and government policy. He earned a BA degree in psychology from Antioch University, followed by 2 years of study at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. He later combined his political and psychological interests as an educator, social analyst, and futurist, first as executive director of the Peace Resource Center of Santa Barbara, then as founding director of the 2020 Group, which is a private research organization studying forces that shape the future. Since 1990, Michael Lindeman has earned national recognition for contribution to the studies of UFOs. He first examined the UFO controversy in 1989 from the angle of its possible connection to covert weapons development and social policy, finding substantial evidence in support of UFO claims. He founded the Visitors Investigation Project to conduct and publish UFO research. Through the 2020 Group, Michael Lindeman consults to the entertainment industry, news media, business community, independent researchers, and private individuals on all aspects of the UFO subject, as well as other issues impacting the present and future conditions of human society. He's a dynamic public speaker. He's lectured and held seminars in just about every part of the United States, is a frequent guest on radio and TV of all sorts. So here from Santa Barbara, California, is Michael Lindeman. Michael, hi. Let's see. Let's try it again. Michael, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Good to hear from you, Art.
Glad to have you back on the program. For a lot of my listeners, Michael, they will never have heard you since we're on so many new affiliates. So I just guess I told them a little bit about you. What is the 2020 group, and what are you doing now?
Well, Art, as you said a minute ago, the 2020 Group is basically a private research and publishing organization which I founded in 1989. At the time I founded the organization, I really wasn't that interested in the UFO subject. I had spent the previous entire decade of the 1980s primarily concerned with arms race issues, the unprecedented military buildup here in this country, and the saber rattling between the U.S. and Soviets during the first part of the 80s was of great concern to people all over the world, of course. And that changed, obviously, very, very dramatically at the end of the decade, which meant that I was switching my focus, looking around for what other kinds of subjects might actually, in effect, drive the social process here in the United States as well as other parts of the world. I think it can safely be said that during the period following World War II, right on up to the end of the 80s, the arms race, the so-called Cold War, was the single strongest influence upon social policy all over the world. The prospect we might go to nuclear war, all the ways of preventing that, all the ways of regulating that, all the ways of negotiating it for better or worse, and all of the technology and industry that went into that. That was the largest single thing in the whole social policy area. Now, of course, that has changed dramatically, and I was asking what's next. But at the same time, I was saying, why do we continue to build extremely arcane new weapon systems? And so I put that question out to a bunch of people. I said, okay, if the Soviet Union is no longer the big enemy, in fact, at that time the Soviet Union was fast becoming a non-entity, if there is no other entity of that magnitude which could threaten us, who then would be the rationale, the target, as it were, for all these new weapons?
Michael, it's an awfully good question, particularly in view of the fact that if you look at our current defense budget, while there are cuts, there's still a lot of money going into weapons development, and who are we fighting potentially?
Exactly. Who are we fighting potentially is a very important question. Not only do we have a very large defense budget out in the open, Art, the money that people all know about in the federal budget, but there is also, much more importantly even, the black budget, about which very few people know. And we may have occasion to speak of that later in the program, but I would like to mention to all of your listeners that if you have not yet heard or seen the book Blank Check by Timothy Weiner, I strongly recommend that you go out and get that book. It's in softcover. Blank Check, subtitled The Pentagon's Black Budget.
What about this theory, if you don't mind, Michael, that old habits die hard? And I know that sounds laughable and silly, but we have a long tradition now of connection between the government and defense contractors and all the rest of it. Jobs are at stake. Lots of things I can think of might drive, other than a real national security need, weapons development.
You're quite right. There's no question. Part of it is momentum, Art. Part of it is momentum for the simple reason that these weapons development, these weapon systems are on a very, very long development curve. And back when, for example, the alleged Aurora spy plane became a priority project, back in those days, the Soviet Union was very much a formidable enemy, and the idea of a new supersonic or super high-speed hypersonic plane was a very good idea, or at least a feasible idea. Today, we have to say, maybe that plane is anachronistic, but I'm not so sure. And we should be bear in mind, too, that that plane officially does not exist, and yet all of the major aerospace book or magazines in the English language say it does. The U.S. Geological Survey says it does because they can track its movements on their seismographs. Many professional plane spotters say it does. This is a plane which officially doesn't exist. In fact, the Air Force has said vehemently time and again, not only have we not built it, we don't know how, so please, leave us alone. Only a few weeks ago, CIA Director Woolsey said at a university in Kansas, asked by someone in the audience, what about the Aurora? He said, not only does nothing called the Aurora exist, nothing like that in concept exists.
All right, well, listen, we've got to hold it right there, Michael.
Okay.
We're at the bottom of the hour. Sit tight for about 4 minutes. We'll be right back to you. This is Dreamland on the CBC Network.
You are listening. Take a listen. You'll get an earful. Talk Radio 102 FM. Come enjoy the big produce carnival of fruit savings at Thompson Food Basket in Morton. This is Kent Henderson, produce manager. Right now you'll find great savings on produce, like red or black California plums for just 69 cents a pound. Large California peaches are only 49 cents a pound. White or red seedless California grapes are 99 cents a pound. And first of the season, Talbot sweet corn is available too, with 10 ears for only $1.79. Shop and save every week and get double coupons up to 60 cents every day at Thompson Food Basket, 435 West Jackson in Morton.
Now, here's the poet laureate of the Morton Community Bank, Cliff Hasselbacher.
Summer is here and it's about time. How about a CD that's tied to Prime? The flowers are blooming. That sure is great. Your hometown bank always gives a fair rate. If you like your banking without a frown, do your banking at MCB, not out of town.
And this is Jean Ann Heiniger. At MCB, we always offer competitive rates, and our friendly account representatives are ready to help you with your investment needs.
It's another service of your hometown bank, the Morton Community Bank.
Remember, FDIC.
Flowers by Florence in Pekin does not have a special for you. That's right, no special. That's because at Flowers by Florence in Pekin, you can always buy a dozen roses for just $17.95. So for those not so special occasions, get a dozen roses for just $17.95 at Flowers by Florence. Call 347-4500 to get those roses for that special someone, no matter what the occasion. That's 347-4500 for Flowers by Florence, 5th and Margaret Streets in Pekin.
The number one key to success in all relationships is communication. We'll talk about communication on the new single and the issues that affect us. Join me, Janet Rudd, at 11:30 every Saturday morning for a thought-provocative program. The new single, sponsored by Dates. With 48 marriages and 22 engagements, I'll share the secrets to success on the new single every Saturday morning at 11:30 on Talk Radio 102 FM.
Weekend a Talk Radio weekend. Keep it on Talk Radio 102. Every Saturday afternoon, be here for the Pet Patrol with Dr. Art Herm from the Morton Animal Hospital. Whether it's a seasonal pet problem, nutrition, pet care, whatever, you can bet you'll hear about it on the Pet Patrol every Saturday afternoon starting at noon here on Talk Radio 102 FM.
That babies need most of their shots by the time they are 2 years old. Without a full series of shots, babies are vulnerable to one or more dangerous diseases. If you don't have a doctor, call this toll-free hotline number. Sponsored by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for the nearest address for shots. The number is 1-800-232-2522. That's 1-800-232-2522. A public service message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Ad Council, and Talk Radio 102 FM.
It's Talk Radio 102 Central Illinois Spotlight. A look ahead at upcoming not-for-profit organization events or programs and services of community interest.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Franklin. I'm with the Poodle Promenaders Square Dance Club. It's a group of energetic youth and adults that like to have good, clean, fun square dancing and doing country lines. You can join in that fun by taking square dance lessons starting Sunday, September 18th from 2 to 5 in the afternoon at the Masonic Hall at 700 South 4th Street, Morton. It's only $1 a person per week. The instructor is Novice Franklin. For more information, call Talk Radio 102 or the
102 FM. From the Kingdom of Nye, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
He heads up the 2020 group. His name is Michael Lindeman. And we're talking about, at the moment, things military, our defense budget, and he brings up an awfully good point. If the threat is largely, underlying that word, gone, then what are we doing? Spending billions and billions, it's a tip of the hat to Mr. Sagan, of dollars on new weapons systems. We were discussing the Aurora. Michael, you're back on the air.
Okay, Art. Just complete that thought real quick. Yes, but the bottom line is that the CIA director says categorically it doesn't exist. Everybody else who knows anything says categorically that it does exist. That is to say, in the civilian sector, the military says flatly it doesn't exist. So you've got this divide here where they say it doesn't exist. Now, just as a point of reference, we might note that in last week's New York Times, in the Sunday New York Times Magazine, there was an article about Dreamland, dear to your heart, I'm sure, right up there at Area 51.
Yes.
And where the writer, almost tongue-in-cheek, pointed out that although we've got loads of photos of the place and everyone and his brother knows it's up there, the military still will tell you flat out it doesn't exist, it isn't there. And this is, I think, something we have to understand, that these people lie for a living, and to them it isn't lies, it's policy. So we have to understand that whenever we're talking about this subject, we're dealing with an area where deception is the rule of thumb. And
Michael, is a lie told in the cause of national defense a lie or just national defense?
Well, it is still a lie, and I'll tell you, but it is a lie with a rationale, or a lie with an excuse, as it were. Ollie North trotted out his famous thing. We had to trade off which was more important, lives or lies, lives with a V or lies. He, in defense of his Iran-Contra behavior. Winston Churchill, when he was plotting with Stalin and Roosevelt to defeat Hitler, said in wartime, the truth is so important that she must be guarded with a bodyguard of lies. Now, this is the way policy is conducted, and I am not saying that it's always wrong. I am simply saying it is something we must understand. We must factor it in. I'm not pointing a moralistic finger at these people. I'm just saying facts are facts. Sure. These people lie for a living. Now, when it comes to the UFO subject, of course, we're up against what is arguably the biggest secret in world history, and there, of course, I think for all practical purposes, it is being conducted in a war mentality, though it is not necessarily a war issue, but it is certainly being conducted with a war mentality, and so we have to assume that this lies in defense of policy, lies as policy, is very much the order of the day.
Have you concluded, Michael, that we are being visited?
My personal conclusion is absolutely yes. I believe I am absolutely convinced.
And what is the body of evidence that brought you to that conclusion?
Well, it is, I must say, it has been coming together incrementally, Art. I wish I could point to a smoking gun. I really can't. I would like to say, however, that the new evidence, or the recent accumulation of evidence around the Roswell incident, is extremely compelling, and we can now point to several excellent books on that subject. One by Stanton Friedman called Crash at Corona, and two by Randall and Schmidt. The first one called UFO Crash at Roswell, and the new one this year called The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, which somewhat rewrites the timeline, but for all practical purposes, the story is the same and has been pretty much the same since Bill Moore first published the Roswell incident back in 1980. But today we have, dozens of first-hand eyewitnesses and many, many other eyewitnesses, family people who have seen how their loved ones passed away, babbling about Roswell on their deathbeds, for example. We know that something extraordinary happened at Roswell, and it has all the earmarks of the most well-documented, legitimate UFO crash recovery in history. Not the only one, but one which is virtually a lead pipe certainty. And here we are face to face with one instance that proves the argument, as it were. Now, if Roswell happened as we think it happened, then the military is in possession of a substantial amount of legitimate UFO wreckage, that is to say, machinery built by a non-human, technically advanced intelligence. And they are This made the
Rock 106.
disappeared, was shipped out under unusual circumstances and later disappeared, never to be seen again. Glenn Dennis says that he was told also, if you speak a word of what you've seen or heard, someone will be picking your bones out of the sand.
Yeah, you know, it's easy to sit back academically when you're listening to this and saying, well, then why didn't they just blow it all out and, you know, let the story out and go to the press and all that? Well, that's a significant threat. If you've ever had one made like that, you'll know. If not, you cannot imagine to kill you and your family and your children is not a trivial threat.
That is correct. There was a young girl whose name at the moment escapes me, and maybe perhaps I can dredge it up later on. Her father was a fire officer down there, and the fire department apparently had been called out to help set up the cordon around the crash area. Some small pieces of wreckage showed up at the fire department for a short period of time, and this young girl, 12 years old at the time, Frankie something, I forget her first. Frankie something, I forget her last name. It says today, she has recently been interviewed, that she was told, she was approached by military officers, and she, again, a 12-year-old child, no concept of secrecy, no idea what's going on, but she had seen a small piece of wreckage which behaved oddly. When it was bent, it came back into its original shape without any creases. She found that fascinating. But she said that they said to her, you have never seen anything, you don't know anything. And she said, well, but I saw this thing. And they said, no, you didn't see that. She said, yes, I did. They said, you don't understand. We can take you out in the desert and you'll never be seen again. Now, this was a 12-year-old child, for crying out loud. So what we're seeing here is that this has been treated as an issue of espionage, as an issue where there are no rules except the rule of expediency, the rule of get the job done, whatever it takes. And I think we can say, in all honesty, whether we justify it or not, we have here cases of domestic terror, which was justified in the national interest. People have been told, shut up or die. And that tells us something about the seriousness of this issue.
You wonder how they allow people like me on the air.
Well, you know, you wonder how I ask the same question about myself, and I'll tell you why, Art. The fact is that you have not broken any oaths. You, as far as I know anyway, have not seen anything with your own eyes. You are, as it were, a peddler of tall tales. And in a certain sense, so am I. Now, you know, please don't take that wrong. I think what you're doing is extremely important. I think it may help break the logjam.
Maybe they look at me and say, well, there's a guy helping to muddy the waters. There's a guy with a million stories on the radio, and people to sit back and say, oh, yeah, right.
Exactly, and there's a purpose to that. Now, I will throw out the proposition, which I'm sure we will be able to explore this evening further, and that is that we are being desensitized. That there has been a strategy of what I call containment for going on now 47 years, in which the principal priority was, at all costs, keep the secret. What we see now, though, is that the containment is disintegrating. People are telling their stories on deathbeds. Deathbed testimony has a certain persuasiveness to it.
Yes.
We have dozens and dozens of witnesses who say, I refuse any longer. I have always kept my vows, my security vows, and considered them very important. But now we have people saying, I'm sorry, this is more important.
Yes.
So dang those vows, I'm going to talk. We have, of course, hundreds of people saying that they are having these experiences, face-to-face experiences. We have, as Linda so eloquently reports week after week, we have these extraordinary mutilations. And I, for one, second Linda 100% when she says that when you add up the evidence and ask who could possibly be doing this, it boils down to it looks an awful lot like it must be aliens. Maybe we can get back to that. But the point here is...
Let me just stop you long enough to say, did you, her report tonight was particularly interesting. I could never make the connection with the helicopters because that would mean government. But her little story about frequencies monitored and units dispatched in areas of activity, all of a sudden that made some sense, Michael.
Yes, I agree. The black helicopters, or the incidence of unmarked helicopters around the mutilation events, has always been one of the big puzzles. And I think it still is, but I think Linda's on the right track. Because it seems to me that it is extremely improbable that we, that is to say our military, or our people, whoever they are conducting the mutilations per se. And yet I am quite sure they must be extremely interested, perhaps even deeply concerned about this, and yes, they would be monitoring this.
Yes.
Now, there should be. If we understand anything at all about alien propulsion, it seems to me that one thing that we're aware of is that there are very, very strong and probably characteristic microwave signatures associated with low-level UFO activity. We have lots of evidence that that's the case. Indeed, that may be directly involved in the creation of crop circles. That it remains to be proven, but it's a possibility. In the case of the mutilations, if indeed a UFO must come close to the ground for a period of time in order that this event be perpetrated, as it were, it is possible that that very peculiar and powerful microwave signature would be traceable. And indeed, since we know that these events occur in concentrations, and quite often for reasons unknown, near major military bases. For example, the wave of things that have happened in northern Alabama happens to be rather close to the Huntsville area, which is an absolute military hotbed, of course, a major center for NASA as well. So we see, for again, reasons unknown, that this happens a lot in areas where it would be feasible for the black helicopters to be scrambled in short order and to go see what's going on.
Wow. So then you believe they're here. You're probably, like everybody else, not quite sure. Should I ask you about why? Why do you think they're here, Michael? What's your best guess?
Well, I could only give you a guess, as you say. Let me start by saying that I am slowly gravitating toward what I would have to say, and with all due respect to myself and others, is the current lunatic fringe of serious UFO research, okay? Now,
which is what?
Which is the proposition that they've always been here, or they've been here one heck of a long time. Let me back up on that a second and say that over time, the lunatic fringe of this research area has shifted a great deal. It was only about 15 years ago, Art, when the concept of abduction was right out at the lunatic fringe.
Absolutely.
And today, as we all know, abduction is the centerpiece issue of UFO research, and anyone, even the very conservative organizations, such as the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago, which, you know, by any stretch is a conservative UFO research group, they're on the bandwagon with abduction. Today we have the most astounding abduction tales being taken very seriously by Harvard professors and so forth. And so we have to say, well, this topic has come of age.
By the way, John Mack's going to be a guest on the program in the next few weeks.
Very good. Very good. Well, of course, as we probably know, most of your listeners, I hope, are aware of John Mack's quite remarkable new book. I would like to say a word about that in a minute, but let me just finish this other thought.
Sure.
We've seen that line, the lunatic fringe line, as it were, shift over time. Now, way back in the 60s, a guy named Eric von Daniken said, you know, he thinks that the so-called ancient astronauts have been here forever and maybe left traces of their passing, you know, centuries or millennia ago. And in a certain sense, von Daniken caused it was his own biggest problem, because his research was sloppy. He made lots of mistakes in his basic statements and so forth. But it's quite possible that he was on to something very, very important. And in the meantime, we've seen better scholarship out of people like Zecharia Sitchin. And we are finding that one of the most prominent themes among abductees today is this theme. They are being told time and time again, instructed about the ancient history of the world and how it is that we have had this long-running relationship with these others. Now, we should say, too, that these others do not appear to be a single group. There seem to have been, this may have been a crossroads, you know, for this part of the galaxy, for all we know. We hear stories to the effect that this is a fascinating planet because it is replete with so many different life forms, that this is somewhat of an anomaly in that respect. Well, I don't know if any of that is true. It's an interesting idea. The fact is, however, that there are all over the world incidences of what we call out-of-place artifacts, and then also out-of-place knowledge. For example, why is it that the Sumerians 5,000 or 6,000 years ago knew the precise dimensions and structure of the solar system? This is something that we didn't know. We didn't know about the planet Pluto, for example, until 1930. We didn't know about Uranus and Neptune until the latter part of the 19th century. And yet the Sumerians knew these planets. They knew their size. They knew their color. They knew how long it took for these planets to go around the sun. This is a fascinating fact. They wrote it all down, so we know it's true. They even had diagrams.
Michael, it argues two possibilities, really, it seems to me. One, that we were visited long ago and given these technologies, or two, and I have a number of guests that have said this recently, that it's possible that there are periodic polar shifts and that man on this planet comes and goes, and that there may have been prior civilizations.
Okay. Prior civilizations, yes. Even possibly prior periods of exceedingly high technology. Indeed, the new information about the Sphinx is most provocative in that regard. Are you familiar with the latest information concerning the possible age of the Sphinx?
Please tell me.
Well, a man named John Anthony West a couple of years ago noted something most peculiar about the Sphinx. He was looking at photographs of the Sphinx, and he said, by golly, this thing was eroded with water, not wind. Now, this makes it an anomaly in the whole area. All the other structures around there, the giant pyramids of Giza and so forth, are all very clearly wind eroded, but water erosion looks very, very different. And there's simply no doubt at all, from the standpoint of a geologist, that the Sphinx is eroded with water, the back part of it. So the question is, how is it possible that the Sphinx could have been eroded with water? When did it rain in Egypt? And the bottom line there is it didn't rain. It hasn't rained any significant amount in Egypt for 10,000 years. Now, this, of course, raises a firestorm with Egyptologists because they have nailed down the age of the Sphinx, who built it, what it's for, and all of that. But nonetheless, the geologists have come on board like gangbusters because John Anthony West, who's no geologist at all, enlisted the aid of some geologists from various universities in the East and the East Coast, and they went out there very grudgingly at first, but they had a look and they said, by golly, this guy is absolutely right. This bloody monument is eroded with water, and it's very apparent. It's not an ambiguous matter. So now every geologist that has a look at it just, drops his jaw to the floor and says, this is the most fantastic thing we've ever seen. Bottom line, what does it mean? The Sphinx can't be 5,000 or 4,000 years old like people say. It can't be an artifact of that dynasty that everyone pins it on. It is something that was built 10 or 12,000 years ago, long enough ago, Art, that rain, substantial amounts of rain, could have substantially eroded it before the rain stopped. And that is an absolutely stunning change in our whole view of that area.
It is. Michael, hold on just one moment. My guest, Michael Lindeman. The Sea Crane Company sells the DL telephone. What is the DL telephone? Why should you want it? Oh, these are easy answers. The DL telephone, in the area of what is it? It's a digital telephone. That means that it breaks your caller's voice down and your voice down into true individual digital yeses and nos. Confusing? It reassembles them on the other end. So, what does that mean? Well, here's what it means. Here's how it works. It is as good as a plug-into-the-wall telephone. It's a portable telephone. Operates on 900 megahertz, up above the cellular area. It is so clear that you will not be able to detect any difference between it and a telephone you plug into the wall. No difference in terms of either the caller's voice or yours going back. Can you imagine that? Can you believe it? Believe it. It's true. I have a couple of them, as a matter of fact. I love this telephone. What else does it do? It gives you complete privacy because it is digital. Nobody can monitor it on a scanner. Nobody. Matter of fact, it doesn't even have the clipper chip in it yet.
It's complete privacy. 3. My telephone will go 3/4 of a mile. I can go to neighbors' homes and all the rest of it. I've got good geography here for that, I'll grant you. And if you have a lot of buildings, it may lessen somewhat. But almost everybody I've talked to gets right on up to a half mile or better. Imagine that. So you can take it to neighbors' homes, that sort of thing. It's got all the features you would expect and demand of a portable telephone. The redials, the flashes, the holds, all the rest of that sort of thing. In fact, the DX model even has a very, very effective intercom in it. Now, the DL telephone is $199.95. And there are only a few more in stock, so get on the telephone Tuesday morning. Not Monday, because they're closed Monday, but Tuesday morning with the C. Crane Company at 1-800-522-8863. Then, by the way, when you get it, take your old telephone and throw it as far as you can throw it. No interference from others using it also, by the way. That number again to order, 1-800-522-8863. Back to Michael Lindemann. Michael.
Yes, sir.
So then what do you think is the most likely, that we were visited, or that there was another civilization, or there have been many civilizations, or that there has simply been a rise and a decline back to the cave days, or what do you think happened?
What I think, first of all, Art, is that we currently live in an extremely narrow worldview about our history, about our past. We have some giant surprises ahead of us in terms of understanding our past. Probably high civilization goes back a lot further than we think in certain places. But even so, it would appear that these high civilizations arose rather inexplicably, at least according to our current understanding of how civilizations arise and how they flourish and how they pass their knowledge to succeeding civilizations. I am currently of the opinion, and am desperately groping for data, I might add, that probably there have been infusions of information from off-world sources or from sources that we would not call human. That this has probably happened periodically over time, and that would account in some cases for the sudden appearance of extraordinary civilizations in places that were not supportive of civilization prior.
All right, why then would that knowledge not have contributed to a general rise rather than the possibility of there having been a highly technical civilization previously?
Well, in some cases it did contribute to a general rise. For example, we really trace a lot of what we call modern civilization today all the way back to Sumeria. If Sumeria was one of the seed beds of this round, let us say, of civilization and technology, an enormous amount of that has been passed down virtually unchanged through the Babylonians and Assyrians and shared with the Egyptians, and may even have filtered eastward toward the Vedic cultures, and certainly became the basis for the cultures of the Middle East, and from there on to the Minoan culture, the Greek culture, and the Roman culture, and from there, of course, in a straight line to us. There is no question that there has been a long path of more or less unbroken handing down. But the question is, wherein, the devil did the Sumerians get their fantastic knowledge of astronomy, of agriculture, including irrigation, their codes of law, their codes of philosophy, their codes of their currency.
All right, Michael, we've got to hold it there. We're at the top of the hour. Relax for about 6 minutes. We'll be right back to you. This is CBC.
Sorry, but due to satellite transmission problems, Talk Radio 102 FM presents a previously recorded Art Bell Dreamland program.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Michael Lindeman is my guest. He's from the 2020 Group, which is an organization that looks at current trends and predicts future probabilities. I guess that would be a good way to put it. We're talking about the UFO phenomenon, the visitations we're having, and according to Michael, may have had for a very, very long time. And we're going back to it right now. We will begin to take calls shortly. Michael, a couple of things that I want to cover with you. You have a current project going on. What was it? You told me about it earlier, the name of it, and I'm terribly sorry, I've forgotten.
Are you referring to the computer project?
No. Just previous to that, you had mentioned a project by name.
I had mentioned the project by name. Yes, you have. You've stumped me.
Are you writing something currently, or?
No. You and I was talking about coming of age in the cosmic neighborhood.
That's right.
There we go. I'm sorry. You got me a little bit confused there. Coming of age in the cosmic neighborhood is actually the name of a lecture that I am going to be giving in several places around the Southwest during the month of July.
All right. Where are you going to be, and what is it all about?
Okay. I'm going to be, first of all, I'll be going to the MUFON, International MUFON Conference, July 8, 9, and 10. For those of people down in the Texas area that may want to go to the, that'll be at the Hyatt Regency in Austin, Texas, July 8, 9, and 10. I'll be speaking down there. And then I'll be speaking in Albuquerque, New Mexico on the evening of Thursday, July 14th. And I'll be speaking in Scottsdale, Arizona, right outside of Phoenix, on Saturday, July 16th. In both Albuquerque and Scottsdale, I'll be delivering a lecture with lots and lots of slides and illustrations called Coming of Age in the Cosmic Neighborhood. And the catchy little punchline to that is, we are not alone, we are finding out, and that changes everything. So I'm trying to take a relatively upbeat attitude toward this. We're facing a huge mystery. We're definitely facing a political dilemma, to say the least. I think there are people inside the government who have taken this as one of the most serious challenges to the social order that they have ever had to deal with. It is very much on a par with serious warfare. But that does not mean we are necessarily facing hostility. What we are facing is high strangeness. We are facing the unexpected. We are facing the infusion of influences that we are not ready for. And that can be problematic, but not necessarily a disaster in the end. We have to get ready for this. We have to grow up and face the music. I think that is a huge challenge. I think it's exciting, and that's what I'm going to be talking about.
All right. Here's a what if, Michael, and I'm curious how you would answer it. If I came to you and I was from the government and I said, look, most of what you've talked about, well, some of it, you're off, you don't have it quite right. But the fact of the matter is, we are being visited. We've been visited for a very, very long time. The Clinton administration has decided that it wants to break word to the American public. You, Michael Lindeman, have studied this sort of thing. What do you recommend to us? What exactly would you tell them?
I would tell them a couple of things. First of all, I would say that the process of desensitization is probably a sound political strategy, and I do believe that they're pursuing that. I don't believe that was a Clinton strategy. I believe it's been in place for several administrations at least. But I would say, yes, we must start telling people that things have been going on. And I believe we should start with some of the old cases. We should start to acknowledge that we have solid information showing the fact that we have been visited. This is going to be a hard pill to swallow for some people, but it's interesting that it may be less of a challenge than some people have predicted.
Well, after all, Michael, we did swallow the plutonium pill.
Yes, that deplorable pill. Quite. It's true, and it may just be that people are so kind of just generally overwhelmed with the rigors of daily life that they're kind of going to yawn and go, "Oh yeah, right, aliens, no problem."
I don't think so.
Now, of course, it's been there has been a running supposition in government, and we know this from looking at the Robertson Panel report from 1953, the CIA report about debunking the Brookings Institute reports that came out of the late 50s and early 60s, reports from NASA and so forth, telling us unequivocally that the government has assumed that there would be some kind of very unpredictable social disorder if they simply said, well, by the way, we've got aliens and we can't catch them and we don't know who they are or what they want, thought you'd want to know, that would probably precipitate a disaster which they were unwilling to take a risk on. I understand that. I think they're probably right. But I think, too, we're very different people today than we were then. I think that we now have a generation of adults who grew up with the space age. We have a generation of adults who grew up with fantastic space movies, who've seen all kinds of stuff on Star Trek since it began back in the late 60s. All this kind of thing has changed the picture enormously. We also have a huge amount of information coming out and reported much more respectfully today than ever before, though there have been waves in the past of good reporting and big stories. Today, it's really unprecedented. The number of books, the number of quality television programs, the number of reports in the newspapers and magazines, all this is changing the picture a tremendous amount.
It is. Still, the government is not likely to tell us about something that the government itself does not fully understand. It's not likely, is it?
No, it is not. It is not likely at all, but I do think that if ever there was an opportunity, the Clinton administration represents a major break from the past in a way that the Bush administration certainly did not. Bush's political roots go way back to the early 50s when he was involved with the CIA in covert ops, and of course as CIA director in the mid-70s.
Yes.
Reagan, of course, an old guard guy, and then from there on all the way back through Nixon and those people. Really, the last time we had a chance like this was the Jimmy Carter administration, and of course Jimmy Carter said in 1976 that he would tell everything, and so we find out there. That was a campaign promise. We find out there that when he got into office, something dissuaded him because he made it very plain in his campaign talks that he would tell. Why? Because he'd had a sighting and he believes in UFOs. So that changed when he got into office, and we have reason to believe that he, like other presidents, was briefed and told, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you really don't understand the nature of the situation. It's well under control, but you're not in charge of this one, sir. You'll just have to go with the program. And I really think that is the way it has been. But now, in a way that we haven't seen before, I do believe that the Clinton administration is positioned it could take this on because in a very real sense it had nothing to do with it. These people are a new breed, and they can say, look, we didn't make this problem, and we want to handle it differently than it's been handled before because we think the American people deserve the truth, and we think the American people can rise to the occasion. And indeed, the other side of the coin is that millions of Americans know this is real because it's disrupting their lives, because they are having the experiences, and they know they're being lied to by the officials because they have grays in their living room, in their bedroom, for crying out loud. They are worried about why their kids are getting abducted, and they want the government to say something. These people aren't going to be surprised. They're going to be relieved that someone's finally telling them the truth. So I think we're in a very interesting time, a very pregnant time. It is still politically risky, but it is not impossible to start talking about this, and I hope we do.
When do you think we might give birth?
Oh, well, Art, as you've already said, and I must agree with you, sad as it is, I don't believe that we're going to see the political guts out of this administration. I think this administration's got a lot of problems, very bottom line issues like Whitewater, really big, important stuff.
Yeah.
And Paula, what's her name? Paula Jones, yeah. I mean, really important issues that are clearly of world-shaking magnitude. These things are going to dissuade the president, I think, from having the political guts to do anything of the kind we're talking about, but that doesn't make it impossible, and I think there are other ways to go about it.
Well, I don't know, Michael. On the other hand, I could imagine he would look at it this way. Fed up with Whitewater and Paula Jones, an announcement about aliens would tend to sort of make everything else
pale into insignificance? You may be right. That's an interesting strategy. Now, here's something happening. Last time I was on your show, I made mention of the fact that there's this thing called the Roswell Declaration.
Yes.
And since you've got a bunch of new affiliates now, I want to say it again because the deal is still the way it was. And by the way, the last time I was on your show, Art, I got 200 responses in the mail. And that, I think, is a tribute to you and your show. It was absolutely fantastic. But here's the thing. There's a piece of paper called the Roswell Declaration. It is now being widely circulated around the country and in Europe, and we have just learned, I'm happy to say, that it will soon appear as a full-page spread in Omni magazine, which, of course, will present it to millions of people.
What is it?
The Roswell Declaration is basically a plea to the Clinton administration to release information about some of the great classic UFO cases, principally Roswell, but also some of the other cases, to declassify certain information that would be in the public interest to come clean on this information and let people know what really happened.
How do people get a copy of it?
All they have to do is send me a self-addressed stamped envelope. Send it to Michael Lindemann at 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, 93105. I'll give that address again in a minute, but if you'll just send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, I will send back to you immediately the Roswell Declaration. It's self-explanatory. Read it, sign it, maybe make copies of it first for your friends, and send it in to the address that is listed on the Declaration. And you will be joining tens of thousands of people, all of this being collected now. And after Omni presents it, and after it's presented in a few other major news venues, it will all then be collated and sent as a single huge petition to the administration. It will be sent to the president.
Yeah, okay. Who's doing this, Michael? Who's behind it?
Well, it began with the initiative of a single individual named Kent Jeffrey, and this man really deserves a huge round of applause because he took this on by himself. He wrote the declaration by himself with the help of other people, but including the Mutual UFO Network, the Center for UFO Studies, and the Front for UFO Research. They are now all co-signers of the Declaration.
This is really a good idea. Now, give the address again, please.
Please send a self-addressed stamped envelope to Michael Lindemann at 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California, 93105. And I will send you a declaration in the same day's mail.
All right, and when they're done with it, where do they send it? Do they send it back to you?
No, there is an address listed. In fact, they can send it either to the Mutual UFO Network or to the Center for UFO Studies. Those addresses are listed on the Declaration.
Well, you know what, Michael? It just might be true that if enough of these were signed and sent in, and it were actually in the hundreds of thousands or hopefully millions, that this administration might take note and actually use it as a reason to make an announcement.
It is possible, and it's very timely, too, that there's going to be an absolutely first-rate movie about Roswell on the Showtime network on Sunday, July 31st. Now, I'm sad to say that may cut a little bit into your audience, Art, because it's going to be broadcast, I think, during your show.
That figures.
But I would like to say, not wanting to take one listener away from your show, this is a program. If you're going to be listening to Art Bell that night, then by golly, have your VCR running and get this thing on tape and watch it, because I have seen it. I have already seen an advanced copy of it, and I can tell you this is one fine movie, and it is a you might say it's a fictionalized docudrama.
What is the name of it?
It's called Roswell.
Roswell.
And it tells the story, and it is gripping. It has some name stars. Kyle MacLachlan is in the role of Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer out of Roswell who first broke the story in 1977. It has Martin Sheen is in it, and some other well-known actors and actresses are in the program. It's first-rate. It was a big-budget production for Showtime, and they've stayed true to the facts, even though it is classified as fiction, the story is true.
That really, it really then ought to give, put some oomph behind the Roswell Declaration, eh?
Well, we surely hope so. And now it would appear, though there isn't a deal cut yet, it now appears that there may be some announcement concerning the Roswell Declaration in conjunction with Showtime.
Wow.
And we hope that happens. Showtime seems to be taking well to that suggestion. It's in negotiation or something. I can't imagine that they have anything to lose by that.
Oh, Michael, that's very exciting. All right, hold on just a moment. We'll come right back to you, Michael. That really is very exciting. Michael Lindeman of the 2020 Group in just a moment. Important enough, I'm going to repeat this address. All you need do is send a self-addressed stamped envelope. No money, just a self-addressed stamped envelope to Michael Lindeman. That's Linderman. Boy, I hope are there two N's in that?
It's Lindemann. There's no R in there.
Oh, thank you.
Lindemann.
Okay.
But anything close will do.
And it's 3463 State Street, box 264, Santa Barbara, California, right? And the zip code?
93105.
93105. I'm getting all this because I know they'll ask for it. All right. Michael, I would like to begin to take a few telephone calls. Are you up for it?
You bet.
All right, let's do it. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindeman. Hi.
Hello, this is Fritz from Phoenix.
Fritz from Phoenix.
Gentlemen, the questions come up constantly. Why are they here? What's the reason why there are so many sightings over the 46, 47 years? Obviously, it's the cosmic connection. Now, Michael, you have nothing to lose. You have no credentials to use. You have a good reputation. But I must say this. The UFO community actually has no leadership. There's no guidance, no coordination, no clearinghouse. In short, it's staggering around like the four-planet man and the elephant. Now, the ETs over the last 40 years have used various brands of conditioning processes, but mankind keeps refusing their calling cards.
All right.
The media is to blame.
Fritz, I want you to listen carefully on the air because this is, I promise this is not a setup. Michael, he mentioned a clearinghouse. There's no leadership. There's no clearinghouse. There's no central point. Wasn't a setup, Michael. I made a comment about this a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And we talked about it before the program.
Yes.
And I know that you can't tell us too much about it, but whatever you can tell us what's going on.
Well, Fritz, I'm very cognizant of the problem that you said. I agree with it. I and a number of other key people in the field, in fact, people who are really quite senior to myself in terms of their contributions to UFO research, are currently in discussion about establishing some kind of an ongoing forum on a major online computer carrier that would allow people who are online, people who have computers, to participate in an ongoing way with high-level, high-quality discussions with top researchers, and those researchers would be able to discuss amongst themselves in forums which can be broadcast publicly over the network, over the computer network, and then rebroadcast again in print or in other forms of secondary broadcast formats. But the point would be that we would begin to have a concentrated online information sharing, information synthesizing process.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this project has been in development for more than 6 months. It is still not ready for public disclosure. I have to be rather reticent about it, and we are not at all ready to start, telling people how to subscribe. But I will say this: I am now, after recent developments, I am now confident that this project is going to come to fruition, that it will involve a more or less astounding array of high-quality researchers when it comes online. And I'm very happy to have played a role in causing this thing to occur. And I would love to tell all your listeners right now how they can just sign up and do it.
Well,
maybe next time.
Yeah, since you cannot, that was going to be my question. The moment you can, will you come back on the program?
I sure will. I would be delighted.
That's very exciting. It's about time, and I don't know what else to say other than that. It's about time. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Good evening. This is Bill from Vancouver.
Hi, Bill.
KEX and KVI. I'm lucky.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lindemann, I have a question for you. Could you briefly tell me what is, since you know so much about weapons, what is this red mercury? And also, would either one of you be interested in receiving photos from the newspapers, not only the Oregonian, but there's several community newspapers of Forest Grove, of the field, the circled and out?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I would like to receive anything you've got on the crop circle activity up there. I would be very grateful. Did you get my...
Yeah. Can I put that in with when I send for the declaration?
You sure can. I'd be delighted. Thanks so much.
Okay, and Mr. Bell, could you please also say your P.O. Box number on the air?
All right, I'll give my address out. Michael, we've only got just a very few seconds before the break. Red mercury, do you know what that is?
Frankly, I hate to sound stupid, but I don't know about red mercury. Sorry, caller.
Well, that's all right. Michael, we're at the bottom of the hour, so what I would like you to do is just sort of hold on for a moment. We'll both look forward to those clippings. I certainly will. By the way, my address is Art Bell, Post Office Box 4755, Post Office Box 4755, Pahrump, P-A-H-R-U-M-P, Pahrump, Nevada. Laugh, zip code 89041-4755. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network. For Central Illinois, this is Talk Radio 102 FM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Michael Lindemann is my guest. Lots of news breaking this morning on this program, and a lot of it very welcome. Don't forget the Roswell Declaration. Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, please, to Michael Lindemann, Lindemann, 3463 State Street, Box 264, Santa Barbara, California. Zip code 93105, 93105. And back now to Michael Lindemann and your calls. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you ready for more?
Yes, I am. I want to make a quick comment before you pick up the phone there. The gentleman who called about red mercury, one of my friends was standing by here listening to the program and said, don't you remember about the red mercury business that was basically has to do with the possible proliferation of illicit nuclear materials out of the former Soviet Union or the satellite Soviet states. I can't, honestly, I really can't satisfy the caller's inquiry directly because I really have to confess ignorance as to the real details of the red mercury problem. But I will say, generally speaking, that we have to be very careful when we congratulate ourselves on getting past the Cold War. We're not anywhere near out of the woods yet, and I think this is really what the red mercury scare is about, that there is a great deal of illicit nuclear material floating around, a lot of it missing from the former Soviet states, and even a lot of it missing from our own nuclear situation. And, of course, one of the big scares today is that nuclear material can get into the hands of terrorism. The single most likely way that we would still have nuclear detonations on this planet of a war type would be in the hands of terrorists.
And on that, while we're on that subject, Michael, there's a little more breaking news. Tomorrow morning, there is a historic and perhaps even troubling first. The FBI opens their office in Moscow tomorrow morning. And they do it ostensibly to help with Russia's terrible crime problem and to investigate, I believe, the connection between the Russian mafia and the possibility of their getting hold of some nuclear weapons. Were you aware of that, Michael?
Well, to be honest with you, I was not aware of the nuclear weapons issue, but I will say this. It is a truism in today's world that small, easily portable nuclear weapons would be probably the most valuable black market item imaginable, and that there are arsenals of such weapons in the former Soviet states which have not been guarded up to our specs, okay? And yes, the FBI is interested in this. We might even say desperately interested in this. And yes, our own intelligence agencies. And indeed, I think, in fairness, the governments of the former Soviet states are extremely concerned about this, but that the concern alone may not stem the flood.
There's something I missed here, Michael. I thought the FBI was a domestic agency.
If I'm not mistaken, what we have here, Art, is something on the order of an advisory office. I'm not sure about that, but you're right. The FBI is undoubtedly a domestic agency. But then again, you know, these agencies cross the line. The CIA will tell you every single time. If you said, "Do you do any in-country?"
Absolutely not.
Well, I should say not, but you know, that's a pile of baloney. So the fact is, these agencies go where they need to go. And they really aren't governed that powerfully by any code of law.
All right, just before we leave the subject, what about Korea? It's big news. They're building nuclear weapons, probably already have them. Jimmy Carter just came back with almost a peace in our time flap of the paper, and now it looks as though the crisis is kind of on the back shelf again. Is it really, Jimmy Carter came back and said the crisis is over. Is it really over, Michael?
Well, of course, I'm not sure, but I will say this. I don't believe that any legitimate state has anything to gain by threatening to use nuclear weapons. Many states want to possess nuclear weapons as a hedge against their own social disorder. North Korea is one of the final bastions of old-line communism. As such, they are absolutely anachronistic, and the Pyongyang administration is looking at the prospect of a total social disaster if they lose their grip on the people.
Right.
It is a very good idea from their point of view to have weapons, but not to use them. No legitimate state can afford to use weapons, not even one. The only real use for those weapons today is going to be in the hands of terrorists. And, of course, that will eventually lead to nothing as well, but, of course, could cause an awful lot of commotion along the way. But I think that's where the threat of the weapons comes from, is that these states need them to buttress their own legitimacy with their own people. And in that respect, no, the crisis is not over, because North Korea, is on the verge of a social catastrophe.
Right. In other words, are they actually giving up the idea of nuclear weapons, ready to negotiate them away, or are they just stalling for time while the fuel rods they have cool? They cannot yet extract plutonium from them, and surely the one thing they needed was time. Is that what Jimmy Carter and this administration have now given them? Time?
Not necessarily. Yeah, they may have given them time, yes, but what is more important, what North Korea needs more than time is legitimacy. North Korea needs to feel that it is not the odd man out in a world ringed by enemies. And if North Korea can be made to feel, if, for example, there is a genuine detente between North and South Korea, if North Korea is welcomed into the fold of economically developing countries in the Far East, then we may see a possibility where the North Koreans do not feel the need to develop nuclear weapons in the way they have felt. And I would call that a step in the right direction. I can't guarantee it'll happen, but I think that is where the negotiations are headed.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
Hi. Yes, ma'am. You're on the air. Turn your radio off and tell us where you're calling from. Turn your radio off.
Hawthorne, Nevada.
Hawthorne. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just heard these numbers, this phone number, and I finally decided to call her. I just have one thing I'd like to know, and that is, why do we have to go through, the first time you make a phone call, why do you have to go through this process?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you mean.
Well, the first time call...
Ma'am, we have this number to make it easier for people who are trying to get through the first time.
I see.
Okay, do you have a question?
Not really. Not tonight.
All right, thank you. Apparently just wanted to see if she could get through on the wild card line. You're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Michael. Yes. Calling from Portland. You were in town last week.
Yes, I was.
And that was a great lecture you gave with Randall and Schmidt.
Thank you.
I've promoted your book quite a bit, Six Viewpoints. I consider it a quintessential book, along with Linda Howe's new book, Glimpses of Other Realities.
I'm flattered that you would compare my book with hers. Hers is magnificent.
Now, Michael, a few years ago you made a prediction that as ET information became analyzed, it would appear that the human race started independently around the globe. It seems like you've been vindicated.
I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you're saying. Try that question again.
You made a prediction a couple years ago that as a lot of this information became analyzed,
yeah,
that it would be believed that the human race evolved around the globe, not just in the one place as is commonly believed, but throughout the planet.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay, I see what you're getting at.
And information in certain science magazines kind of vindicates you that this indeed has come true.
Well, thank you. That's actually a rather subtle point, and I thank you for bringing it up. Actually, the argument is far from one. It's an extremely complicated situation. He's referring, Art, to some recent articles in Science and Nature and some other more arcane magazines from the latest research on the evolution from the species we call Homo erectus to the species we call Homo sapiens, and where indeed Homo erectus showed up around the planet, and whether or not Homo erectus evolved into Homo sapiens in one location or in several different locations, which seems rather less probable. And yet there is some information suggesting that Homo erectus actually migrated to various parts of the world out of Africa much earlier than previously thought, and at that stage was able then, in all these independent locations, eventually to show up as Homo sapiens, which would be an extraordinary thing to occur.
Well, it would, because it would make the probability of life elsewhere greater, would it not? In other words, let me get it straight. Are you saying that it came from one central location and migrated to other locations, or that it developed along simultaneous lines at several points?
Well, it's actually both of what you said, but here's the thing. There has long been a theory that our species evolved in Africa and then migrated to many parts of the world, or that there were successive waves of migrations, so that, for example, Homo erectus, a predecessor of ours, evolved in Africa and then moved out into various parts of the world, showed up in China, showed up in the steppes of Russia, and so forth. And then the old theory continues that the Homo erectus continued to evolve in Africa until it achieved the status of Homo sapien, and then Homo sapien moved out of Africa into other places, and eventually, when it showed up in China, when it showed up in the steppes of Russia and Western Europe and so forth, just killed off the native populations of Homo erectus. Well, maybe, but maybe not. New information suggests that Homo sapiens showed up in places like China much earlier than we thought, giving rise to the possibility that it evolved there. And that is a whole new ball of wax.
That's very exciting.
Yeah, and what it says is that we, first of all, we really don't understand the evolutionary curve that led to our species. It would appear, for example, that Homo sapiens came on the scene rather suddenly, earlier than we thought, and without what we normally would call enough time to get to our very advanced state, if you want to call us advanced, but we're certainly advanced over Homo erectus, the question is, how did that jump occur? Now, there are people who say it occurred not as a natural consequence of evolution here on this planet, but as a process that was pushed by the intrusion of alien geneticists, if you will, genetic science from off-world. Now, that, again, I come back to this concept. We're talking now, we're way out on the lunatic fringe of UFO research. I admit that. I think that we have very little evidence in support of this, but at the same time, we have huge conundrums that have no easy answer. Is it possible that Homo sapiens is, at least in part, the product of genetic engineering? And the answer there is, well, doggone it, just maybe the answer is yes, and we have to take that seriously. Now, for example, we go back to the Sumerians, as I talked earlier.
I'll tell you something, Michael. 100 years ago, we'd have burned you for that.
Yes, indeed. And, 100 years from now, well, they might burn us for that.
They might.
We are facing there's a very serious religious challenge here, Art.
All right, there are also a million calls, Michael. We've got to get to them. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hi.
Yeah, it's KFAR Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm wondering if maybe the Sphinx had eroded during the Great Flood of Noah's day, and if maybe or not the people are being prepared for what the Bible calls a strong delusion, where when the Christians are raptured, perhaps people will be told that UFOs took them.
All right. Thank you. Want to tackle that one, Michael?
Well, I will say this. Not only the Christian religious tradition, but other religious traditions around the world point to this time, or a time very near this time, as a time of tremendous upheaval and tremendous change. It is one of the great curiosities of prophecy from around the world.
Yes.
That this is a time that the prophets pointed to. And it is possible to interpret the rapture that is described in John's Revelation as possibly an alien event or a UFO event. Now, I realize the Christians don't want to interpret it that way.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast
I'm not taking
program.
issue with that. But I will say that we may see some extraordinary occurrences in the years ahead, and for some people of religious conviction, it will have the appearance of the fulfillment of prophecy.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Hello.
Hi, Art. Kevin, KEX, Portland.
Portland, yes.
Yeah, Mike, I heard when Art described your biography that you went to divinity school at Berkeley.
That's correct.
And I was just wondering, like the last caller, a little bit more on your perception of how this relates with, I don't know what religion you are or anything else, but how this relates with your morality, or... Yeah, if you could just delve into that a little bit.
All right, or your theological background. What kind of clash has occurred for you there personally, Michael?
Well, I must tell you in all honesty, it has not confronted my personal theology very much. I would like to say on behalf of all people of religious conviction that whatever we may learn about the truth or the activity of alien intelligence, it will not, in my view anyway, challenge one bit the basic suppositions of a divine creation or a divine creator. I have my own personal convictions about that, and I have not heard a single thing anywhere in the UFO research data file that has challenged that for me. However, I do think we have some belief systems on this planet which are going to be sorely challenged, and we're going to have to be very, very careful in how we interpret these events. We're going to have to, first of all, we have to recognize that if there is a God, and I personally believe there is, then the only God that makes sense to me is a God whose imagination is vastly larger than my own. And the possibilities that God may bring forward are possibilities which dwarf my capacity for understanding it. I do not want to